PIN, and that is Jose Rivadeneira, Latin Palace Uno Inc., trade name Latin Palace, 509-13 Broadway. This is a Class B beer, wine, and liquor. A request to remove restrictions of no live entertainment in the restaurant cafe area, except for during the live theatrical performance after 7 p.m. No adult entertainment allowed, no form of live entertainment, dancing to the general public. On premises, non-club members not allowed to be on premises unless accompanied by a club member, and a food percentage of 40%.
Go ahead.
All right, where's everybody?
Thank you. Executive Secretary, Mr. Chairman.
How you doing?
John A. Pickett Jr. on behalf of Latin Palace. So
Anybody got a pen?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Pardon
Go
me.
ahead, John.
my office sent over to you some documents that I'd like to move into evidence.
Go ahead.
They are our letter requesting the motion for request for reconsideration, a letter from
Do you have any testimony? Live testimony besides yourself?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
The MOU, the memorandum of understanding that the board, I believe, has seen before, the Fells Point Community Association and the Fells Point Residents Association. And there's a bit of history here. Let me first introduce this.
All right, well, let's see if we can get right to the issue. The records that all three commissioners have received indicate that the inspections have been satisfied with respect to the property owner next door and also with respect to noise and so forth. And there's been no complaints. Everybody has agreed that Mr. Rivadeneira has complied with the complaints that previously existed. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
All right. And there's no complaint?
There's no complaint from us.
No complaints from anybody at all, is
I
there?
believe someone's here today.
Is there complaints? All right, well, let's hear from them first, and then let you respond to it. Come on over, swear all the witnesses, please.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, come on over, sir, and to the microphone, wherever it is. Yeah. And what we're going to do is take the complaints first, and then let them respond to it. All right, your name?
Mundell Powell,
And how do you spell your last name?
P-O-W-E-L-L.
P-O-W-L-E-N.
P-O-W-E-L-L.
O-L-L, Powell. Okay, Mr. Powell, go ahead, sir. Tell us who you are, why you're here.
I reside at 1705 Eastern Avenue. My property abuts the Latin Palace property.
You're actually alongside of it?
They intersect. They share a
Intersect.
wall.
Okay.
Yes.
He's on Broadway, and you're around the corner then?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely correct. Inspections have been done. They were satisfactory. We, for a few months, did not have any issues. We received a request to meet and consider allowing Mr. Rivadeneira to hold two events, one being a wedding and another being a fundraiser, it was deemed. That fundraiser, I believe, took place on March the 12th. There were live bands there at that fundraiser. The speaker systems were reconfigured, and we experienced the same problems that we've experienced over the last 10 years. I spoke with Mr. Rivadeneira that evening and made him aware of the problem. He told me that exactly that there were at least 3 bands and that they had reconfigured the speaker system and actually put speakers up on the stage, which he thought was causing the problems. Subsequently, on at least 2 Sundays, we've experienced the same issues. I contacted Mr. Rivadeneira. I suggested that we get together and do our own sound check. Try and
Do
figure
our
out.
what?
Do our own sound check.
Mm-hmm.
Try and figure out exactly what was changed that was causing the issues again. We weren't able to do that. We were trying to do that yesterday. Mr. Ribadinero was not prepared to do it yesterday, wasn't set up. And my suggestion to Mr. Ribadinero before this hearing was to ask for a postponement so that we would be given time to do that. Actually set it up, turn it on. He could come to my home and listen to see what we hear and experience on nights that he has live entertainment. And then we would go back and make the necessary adjustments and figure out exactly what needed to be changed
Have you talked to our
to move
inspector
forward.
about this?
I did. I spoke with him
When was
yesterday.
that?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. So
Mhm.
he's aware of your complaint?
Yes, he is.
All right. Anything else, sir?
I don't have the confidence going forward that Mr. Rubinero will adhere to the MOU that was entered into between himself.
You consider this a violation of the agreement?
Yes.
All right.
There,
Questions for this witness? Mr. Pico?
Yeah, no, well, just in what way do you believe this is a violation?
Use the mic, sir.
I'm sorry. In what way, Mr. Powell, do you believe this was a violation of the agreement?
well, in our conversations over the last couple days, Mr. Rubinero has made me aware of the fact that the Sunday events that he does are promoter-driven. He said they were promoted.
You had a, he said he used an outside promoter?
Yes.
An outside
The-
promoter?
The MOU specifically states that outside promoters are not to be
And
used.
how do you know it was an outside promoter?
I don't know.
Didn't we just have a conversation
Mr.
where you,
Ribadinero
weren't you informed that the person?
Indicated that it was a promoter.
One person at a time.
Yeah.
Who's talking?
He can talk.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Ribadinero was the one that indicated that he uses a promoter.
It was my impression that you were told that it was an employee in his,
That is not the case.
you were never told that?
No.
Were you present at any of these events?
No.
So
I
how
was
do you know there
present-
was, how do you
I
know?
was present in my home.
Right.
I can tell you what I experienced and heard.
And so how do you know there were 3 bands there?
Mr. Ribadinero again
So you don't know
informed me
that, you
there
don't know
were
that
3
for a
bands.
fact? You don't know that to be true?
I take his word for it.
Okay. Okay, now that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next witness. You can come on over, ma'am. You have to tell us in the microphone. You're shaking your head.
I just here to.
And you are whom?
Don Gilliam, Gilliam, also resident at 1705 East Highland Road.
Okay, and your testimony would be the same?
Yes.
All right, do you have any questions of this witness?
No, you live at the premises, Ms. Gilliam? Gilliam? Okay. And you weren't present either at those events, were you?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, and the third, do you have any testimony, Chief Inspector?
Yes.
Yeah.
Prior-
Identify yourself.
Chief Inspector Jones of the Liquor Board.
All right, and what is your,
Prior to the events, the wedding, myself, the Executive Secretary, and Deputy Executive Secretary went over to perform a sound check, which was satisfactory to us and the neighbors. But since then, I come to understand that he has had other events prior to this hearing where the neighbors were unsatisfied with the outside promoters or bands adding speakers to what he already had there, causing the same problem that we had been here before with the sound and sound barrier wall.
all right, sir?
Mr. Jones, you were present at the inspection that occurred.
Yes.
Okay, who else was there?
Michelle Bailey Hedgepeth, the Executive Secretary, and the Deputy Executive Secretary, along with the residents.
Okay, and are you
And-
aware, were there any communications from anyone who represented the liquor board to Mr. Ribadeneira that your inspection was done to your satisfaction?
Yes, we told them right then and there at this, on premises.
And that was there communication also with the neighbors, Mr. Powell and Ms. Gilliam?
Yes, they were there as well.
And they understood that it was satisfactory to your standards?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Did you, what was done in addition to the construction work? There was movement of speakers and some other things that would have also protected the neighbors from any noise, is that correct?
Correct.
What were those different things that were done?
He had removed the speakers from the stage. He insulated the ceiling and the back wall so that the noise wouldn't
No, in addition
project
to
it.
that, sir, I'm sorry, in addition to the construction work that was done, speakers were moved, you said?
Yeah, and the insulation.
Okay, and those speakers at one time, they were against the wall that was connected to Mr. Powell and Ms. Gilliam's home, is that correct?
They weren't on that wall. They were on the stage area.
On the stage,
Facing their wall. And since then, he had moved those speakers.
about 75 to 90 feet away, right?
He basically took them down off the stage, and they were
Okay.
on the floor projecting towards the Broadway Street
That's right,
entrance.
so they're projecting away from the,
Correct,
okay. And those were the bass speakers, if you
correct.
recall, they're the ones that make the
Yes,
the
vibrating
boom,
noise.
boom, boom noise.
Yes.
Okay. Weren't there two other speakers that were also moved and placed? So there were, pardon me, strike that, please. There were speakers that were once faced Mr. Powell and Ms. Gilliam's wall. They were turned around, and there were other speakers, were they not, that were moved about 75 to 90 feet away
Yeah,
on the other side of the room?
Yes.
It was a large room, correct?
yes,
Okay. And again, all this was done to the board's satisfaction?
yes.
Okay, are you
Not
familiar
to
with
the
Mr.
board's satisfaction, it hasn't been
Pardon
before.
me, I'm pardon. With representatives of the liquor board satisfaction.
Yes,
And that would be you and the executive secretary.
correct.
Was anyone else there, other than the two of you?
The deputy executive secretary and
deputy.
the residents.
And neither of the three of you had any complaints?
I have to say, I don't think you're getting at the issue.
I'm about to get there, Your Honor.
All right, all
I'm
this-
trying.
We know all this.
Okay. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this one.
Okay, now your case.
Okay. Mr.
And then
Rubinero?
after your case, I'm going to have the commissioners to see if they have any questions.
Okay. On those two events, or have you ever used an outside promoter in the last month?
No, I haven't. I have the person that
It's
came.
Mike.
Yes. The person that does the event on Sunday, he actually worked for me, and he does actually, the word promoter, the outside promoter, is it promotes the event for me as an employee, but it doesn't, it's not an outside source. So basically, he works for as an employee. He does all kinds of material work, including plumbing and electrical work. And on the side, he connects through the internet and other groups to individuals that to bring in to do events that include not only portion of dancing, but also a restaurant portion. We've done with him.
Where does he get his money?
I paid him to come in and do the basically the DJ work, and I pay
But
for
who
his.
ca- who- When he has an affair, who gets the money?
I do.
He doesn't get anything.
No,
Just your
he,
salary.
right. It's basically a salary, and I pay for the. He does flyers for me. He does the information required for, But I normally take care of those things. The two events that we talked about, one on March the 12th, which is an event, it's a fundraising event for two organizations, including the Rosa Pryor Foundation, that we do that every year on a few occasions. We had three bands, and one particular band did have, unfortunately, we had a jazz and blues band, and then we had a reggae band, and this particular band, they have moved their own speakers up on the stage, and for a period of about 45 minutes, it was pretty loud. And I understood the situation, and we corrected it at that time. The Sunday situation, I didn't know until basically 2 days ago that we had another issue with the sound, even though this particular Sunday I was not available the whole time. I was aware, I was away with case of flu, and I had the manager control most things. And what I learned is that one of the speakers, the bass speakers, was moved, and I explained that to Mr. Powell, because he came in yesterday, and it's not that I was unprepared. I said, look, I need a little time, and we agreed that maybe later on last night, we're gonna test this out. And even, I said, well, possibly tomorrow morning, this morning, I was there at 8 o'clock because I wanted to resolve this, you know, and I wanted to prove it that it was, in fact, the movement of one particular set of speakers that created the situation that existed. And I wanted to, I said, look, what I can do is I wanted to have them permanently set up on that station where I will never allow anybody to move those things, because that was the way it was approved originally. And to have signs placed on all over the walls so people will not, you know, move or alternate or do anything other than the fact to leave everything in place.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Were you present on the two occasions that Mr. Powell and Ms. Gilliam mentioned that was noisy?
On the Sunday, no, I wasn't present.
Okay. And in your opinion, you just stated to the board that it's your opinion that they moved the speakers back on the stage, and that's what caused the problem?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not present there?
No.
Okay.
But,
Had you been there, would you have allowed that to happen?
no.
What steps will you take in the future to make sure no one ever moves a speaker back to that stage?
I don't know. Maybe I'll glue the speakers back to the
No,
original
don't tell them
position. I
what
have
you
no
may
idea what to
do.
do.
Don't tell them what you maybe will do.
It's just
Tell them
that
what you will do to guarantee that won't happen again.
I will. It's been extremely difficult through the last few months to, and I've been trying to be in compliance with everything that has been asked for me to do. And not only is affecting, like I said, my family and all this, everybody. We have a large group of individuals that worked at the Latin Palace for many years, and we are anxious to get this thing resolved. And we've been, by far, been trying to be in compliance with everything that has been asked for us to do. And this to me is a minor thing that we can resolve. It's as simple as putting things back to the way it was originally approved. And we want them to come in and on a given night to come in and check us out to see if anything is offset that. We wanted to do the right thing. We're not trying to reverse anything. We wanted to be in compliance with everything that's been
Okay.
required
Mr.
from us.
Ribonera, what steps can you take to make sure that never happens again? That those speakers were moved by you at your orders to reduce any noise, to make sure that Mr. Powell and Ms. Gilliam's residents never heard anything,
Right.
correct? What steps can you take to make sure that never happens again, that those speakers are moved?
Well, what happened is the speakers are not, because they're heavy, we placed them on this platform that has wheels. And that's what it was, what happened is they used that as a
Right.
leverage
So my
to move
question
them.
is,
I just put them on the position where it will not be,
my question is, what steps can you take to make sure it never happens again?
I just got to be present at all times to make sure that we will not, go beyond what is required for us to have. As far as the sound, we have not added any additional sound. We have not done anything other than the fact to keep everything that we have. And we remove, at one point we had a system that, has been in place for almost 20 years in the club. And we took that into a minimum. Right now, we have maybe 1/3 of the equipment that we had, but we feel comfortable with what we have. It's just that, the position of the speakers play a role, on how sometimes the noise is affected and how does it go through. And we've been trying to figure out the most comfortable way to do it. And last night, it was no exception. It's true. Mr. Powell came down, we talked, and we went over. I said, look, I think this is what happened. This speaker's right here. I said, and it was busy. He had to go somewhere. I said, look, just if he come back later on, and we can test it. I put speakers on the position. I said, look, we're going to do it like this way, and just tell me how you feel. And if you want it, we go to your house. We'll figure it out. And when you come back, we'll do it. And in fact, I left a note. I said, look, I sent a text. I said, look, if you're not available tonight, just come back in the morning. I'll be there at 8 o'clock in the morning because I wanted this resolved. Because I didn't know any better. A couple of days ago, we had an issue, on a Sunday, but I wasn't there Sunday. the whole time. Like I said, I had a case of the flu, and I had to manage the control on the sound, but I know what happened, and I know.
Can you guarantee the members of this board and your neighbors that those speakers won't be placed back on the stage again?
Of course, we can take a plain picture of the location of what was approved originally. I will not move. I can guarantee that it will
Can you put
never.
signs on those speakers that require people not to move them?
Yes,
Will you instruct your staff, if in case you're not present for any reason, that they are to tell people they're not allowed to move those speakers?
yes, I could.
Okay.
I will.
You have a valid valet parking permit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you've signed the MOU with the community?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Questions, sir? Mr. Powell, do you want to ask him any questions?
No questions. I just have a comment, I guess.
Well,
I doubt, I have doubts.
More testimony.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, I will allow it. What is it?
It's just that I have doubts about Mr. Ribadenero's intentions to adhere to the MOU and the placement of the speakers that we agreed upon. He can't be there at all times, but he's got to make sure. I mean, this is his business. The last thing I want to do, I'm a business person myself. The last thing I want to do is affect his business. I would just like to have the peaceful enjoyment of my residence. That's it.
Not too much
And that's why I went to Mr. Ribadenero and asked if we could, do our own sound
You
check.
won't have to come down to the liquor board all the time and complain to inspectors and so forth.
Exactly,
And not be disturbed in your living. That's what you're asking. All right,
exactly.
let me see if the commissioners have any questions. Questions, commissioners?
So, Mr. Rubin, who is Tabitha Hitchie?
I couldn't
She-
hear you
Who
myself.
is Tabitha Hitchie? I don't want you to think I was being rude, but I went to your Facebook page.
Yeah, she's one of our
House?
dance instructors.
Okay, is she an employee?
Yes, well, she's a dancer. Yeah,
Or is she a?
she's an employee, but she does also. She's independent on does some things. She's
it
she's
appears-
got her own dance studio,
Okay.
and she does. Basically, she is a dance instructor.
So she's a dance instructor,
And
and she
and
promotes
also-
events at the Latin Palace. She promotes when she's doing those salsa lessons.
She promotes her own self as dance instructor. She's a very good instructor, I must say, and she does events that includes different groups from children to adults, and she's got her own studio on, I think is Canesville, and before she was a dance instructor, she was with her mother and father, who actually happened to be musicians, and they used to come to the Latin Palace for many years.
Okay,
And
so I
she-
have another question. The person that promoted the events that we're talking about, you say that person is your employee?
Oh, the event, yeah, well,
What is is that person your employee?
yes, well, he does
Okay,
work
and
for
what is
me.
that person's name?
Okay, Germán Garcia.
Herman Garcia.
Mhm.
So is he on your payroll?
No. Mm.
All right, so when he does work for you, he does what he thinks he needs to do to promote the events. You like what he does. You write him a check for having promoted the events. Do you see where I'm going, right? Okay, so you understand why there's difficulty in what's happening.
In the industry, sometimes it works out, but I understand.
So,
I
and
can put him on the payroll if that's more efficient.
And so what's happening is we're sort of layering on here. You come to us on a bedrock that is not so stable, on a platform of there being close calls that tend to fall outside of the law or fall outside of the MOU or fall outside of what was agreed to, right? And so when you have basically an independent promoter who is not your employee, who is actually doing the promotions, and that falls outside of the MOU, can you see why that might be a problem? You see that, yes?
If that is the case, then I will basically will not have it. doing anything at all.
And-
It's just that for the type of event that we're doing Sundays, I needed somebody with the expertise on that. a little bit.
Except that when there's agreements that are entered into so that you can open and you can conduct your business, we want you to do your business just as freely and quietly, well, quietly might not work, but as freely as you need to, as we want him and his family to live in their house. But when you come here and you tell us things that you're going to do and you get agreements, but then you don't do it, you do something that's opposite, you can see why that would give us some concern, correct?
I will, yes, I understand, but that's not necessarily the case in a sense of promoters, outside promoters. It is for me to control whatever issues I might have.
Yeah, and so
that.
if you just, sort of add it up, you're not supposed to have an outside promoter, but you do. You're not supposed to have the speakers in a certain place, but they are. There's not supposed to be excessive noise, but there is. People are supposed to be able to live in their house, but they can't. You see why it's a challenge. You see why it's a really difficult challenge. And then you ask us to remove the restrictions, which would allow you even more liberty to just operate in any way you want. Could you see why a commissioner might have some concerns about doing that?
There was 2 instances through all this period. And those were already, we spoke about the things that need to be done in order to let it be as it was approved on the visit. The Liquor Board Commission, the members of the Liquor Board and also with Mr. Powell's agreement. And we wanted to be in compliance with that, and we wanted to do whatever is necessary right now. We understand that we have to go back to the original setup, the position that it was, number one, as far as the sound control. And then everything else that is in place and contingent upon the use of outside promoters, which we thought that we didn't use, we're still within in compliance, I think, even though the person promotes the event because he is the one familiar with, and the same thing with Tabitha.
Commissioner Moore, can I ask a question? In light of what you just, based on what, no. May I, please? Do you understand Commissioner Moore's question? What she's saying was, you're asking for this board to grant you a request, but there are issues still outstanding. Are you going to be able to control those issues? What the commissioner is asking you is, okay, there's still a problem with noise on those, albeit 2 occasions, it still exists, because the speakers were moved. They weren't supposed to be moved. Do you understand her question, that it's problematic if you don't follow the memorandum of understanding that you executed? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
And if this board were to grant you this limited entertainment on,
This is a time for the commissioner to ask
Okay,
questions.
okay.
Here you go, with the same thing all over again, asking him the same questions. I'm going to pull you out of order.
that's fine.
Any other
I'm sorry.
questions, Commissioner?
I have no other questions.
No, there won't. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm done.
I think you kind of like scratched the surface of the complaint process. Could you go on record and let me know what is your complaint process if someone has a complaint about the noise level? And give me a time frame for a turnaround. And whether or not all employees are aware of that process in the MOU.
As far as the complaint, I think it was corrected immediately, almost immediately.
No, you didn't answer, that's not, my question was, what is the complaint process? If they have a complaint against the noise level, what process do they follow? How do they get this resolved? And give me a time frame for that to
Right.
turn that complaint from bad to good.
Well, I was made aware of the Sunday situation yesterday. Immediately I proceeded, I said, well, look, again, and then we agree, and actually we're supposed to meet earlier with Mr. Powell, but he was not available. And then we decided it was gonna be yesterday that we met. And then we talked, and during the conversations, we toured around the club, and we went upstairs, and
I'm sorry, excuse me for interrupting you. I just need you to answer the question, because I really need this understanding, help me make a good decision. What is your complaint process? If he has a problem with the noise level, who do he go to? Who's that person? I mean, what's the process? Do he come to you, then after so many days, if it's not done, then we go to the board? I mean, tell me what you have in writing. I mean, what verbal agreement you have with whomever, how to deal with a noise problem or any other problem.
I'm still a little confused.
All right, thank you.
But I wanted
No, stop. I want to now go to the issue of what both sides recommend, what you feel the liquor board should do with respect to this. First to you, Ms. What do you think we should do? What do you want us to do?
I would just like him to adhere to the MOU, some way assure us that the speaker system will be, put back in its original place, or where it was when we did the last sound check. We had no issues for probably 2 months. I'll give Mr. Ribadinero credit. We had no issues up until that event on the 12th of March. Something was altered, and I went directly to Mr. Ribadinero. I did not file a complaint. I'm interested in resolving this. I don't want to affect Mr. Ribadinero's business. If he can guarantee us that he will adhere to the MOU and put some system in place to make sure that the speaker system isn't altered, as long as we can have peaceful enjoyment of our home, we're satisfied.
Your position. What do you want the liquor board to do?
We'd like to grant the request, but make certain that Mr. Ribadinero does follow the MOU and instruct him that if there's one violation, that his license could be, the entertainment could be revoked. I think he has stated why this occurred on those 2 occasions, and he can make a guarantee to this board that it'll never happen again. Either signs on the equipment that the speaker shall not be moved, and to instruct all his staff. And in addition to that, make certain that they use promoters of any kind, because based on what Commissioner Moore has stated, Peterson Moore has stated, and what the agreement requires, that there's not any promoting done at all, in any form.
Okay, now is our time for decision, and I will lead as usual. This case continues to come back before the liquor board, and is making a joke of us, frankly, in my opinion. Here we are, right back again on the exact same issue of the noise affecting neighbors. And I am totally dissatisfied with Mr. Ribadinero's explanation as to guarantees as to how this will not occur again. Commissioner Jones's question was never answered, never will be answered, in my opinion, based on the systems that are set up now. Commissioner Moore's questions went nowhere too. Usual chit-chat, and so forth. But Mr. Powell now is back again with the same complaints that occurred before. Therefore, it is my opinion that the privilege of having a ban is revoked by the liquor board. That's my decision. And of course, I don't know what my fellow commissioners will do. And that if, for any change, he has to apply back before the liquor board through the usual processes to get any further permission. He's allowed to have music with respect to jukeboxes or records, as long as the other conditions that we have imposed in the past are followed with respect to noise and with respect to the position of the speakers and of the neighbors. So that's my decision. No more events, no more bands, no more dance parties, no more anything. Just liquor license remains in good standing with respect to serving the public in accordance with the law, And of course, he's allowed to have music only with respect to jukebox or that type of, record type of thing. That's my position. All right, commissioners?
Well,
I'm in agreement, but I want to open the door just slightly to allow you the opportunity to come back before us again. There's no clarity in where you are. I mean, you say you put an MOU into place, but immediately it's violated. You don't understand the process that it takes to resolve those disagreements or those differences. You can't explain that to me. That wasn't clear to you. So if it's not clear to me, how can it be clear to those who are being affected by the noise level? You stated that you understand the process, but your workers don't understand the process. I can't see the sincerity in this whole process. I just can't see it. Establish something that's concrete, something that you can grasp and explain to us, articulate to the board, come back again, and maybe my decision might be different. But at this point, I side with the judge.
I concur with the decision to deny the request to remove the restrictions, and for all of the reasons already articulated, but it is striking that having been given the opportunity to operate within the MOU and within the law, it just didn't happen because it wasn't to your convenience. And it's just striking. It's overwhelming, the lack of compliance and the lack of cooperation, and it's painful. I know it's painful. But what are we supposed to do when every opportunity is given, and with every opportunity there's a breach? I don't think we can ignore that. So I join with my fellow commissioners in saying no.
You have our unanimous decision, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, call the next case when he's ready. Let us know. Ready?
He's,
Go ahead.
so,
Call the case.
Yes, sir. Ben Zabowski, Michael Joseph at 3529 South Hanover, LLC, trade name Southside. This is at 3525 South Hanover, Class BD7, beer, wine, liquor, an application for transfer of ownership, previously located at 5-7 West Patapsco to 3525 South Hanover.
For the record, Melvin J. Kanensky representing the applicants. This application to transfer.
Do you have any live testimony from
No
witnesses?
live testimony. I
All
met
right.
with the communities. Everybody's in favor.
Okay, we're glad to hear from you. Present your case.
So this is Mr. Zepkowski, who has been a former licensee at this establishment for many years. And another tenant came in there that moved out, and he's president of the Business Association. He met with Pat Willis, who was the head of the Community Association, and he has probably been a non-licensee probably for about 3 or 4 years, but prior to that, he was there for about 10 years, so he's familiar with the rules and regulations of the board, and also being the president of the Business Association knows the community.
So you're transferring location?
Well, half a block, yeah.
Right around the corner. Right around the corner, yeah.
They used to have a license there, but they lost the license.
was my
And
question.
there's no opposition.
No opposition.
Now, this was an estate sale. Your mother died, is that correct? And, okay. Anything else? Questions, commissioners?
I just wanted to make clear, you said that they've communicated with the community associations. Can you tell us which community associations they've spoken with and who have said that there's no, or maybe, Mr. Kadinsky, you could just
I know Pat
proffer?
Willis was the person who was the head of the association. I don't know what the name of it was, but she's been the head of that association forever, and she has no opposition, as far as I know. She communicated that to the executive secretary.
Her last name is Wills.
Pat
Wills.
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 Okay, because I don't have anything in my binder
Yes.
so I just need to hear it.
Pat Wills did call me. She did not state any objections, nor did she state any support. She's not taking a position on it, but she did not state any objections in regards to this, and she called me saying that
Right.
she has no objections to this, and that she met with the license holder.
What community association does she
It's
represent?
the Greater Brooklyn?
Brooklyn Curtis Bay
Greater Kirkland,
All
sorry,
right.
Greater Brooklyn, Curtis Bay Coalition.
No, just whisper to Mr. Kudinski, and then he'll blast
Executive
it
Secretary
out.
Shinas.
It is the Greater Brooklyn Coast Bay Association. as
I don't mean it the way it sounds. You don't blast, you just speak, but yeah, you missed it, good.
Any questions, commissioners?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Questions? Any questions?
Nope, I'm all done.
All right.
Thank you.
Time for decision, a vote
Sorry,
yes.
Michelle. Yes.
All right, you have our unanimous decision, sir.
Thank you very
Mhm.
much. Have a good day.
All right, call the next case when you're ready. All right.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we're fresh out of accepting those. We don't take those anymore. I wasn't meaning that you like go blast and loud and yell and scream.
Are you ready?
You just broadcast.
Okay, call the case.
Panseri Rajan, oh goodness, and David Cahill. This is PT and Company LLC, the Maitri Thai Tavern at 2318 Fleet Street. This is a Class BD7 application for transfer of ownership.
All right, sir, you're
For the
gonna,
record, Melvin J. Kanansky, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the applicant.
gonna have testimony?
No testimony, we
All right,
met
sir.
with the community, you should have a letter in the file from the Canton Community Association, if not, I have an extra
We
one
do,
here.
we have it, mark it. First of all, mark the file as Exhibit 1 in the fast case. Listening?
Yes, sir.
And mark the file as Exhibit 1 in this case, and also the letter from the Canton Community Association, Exhibit 2. Go ahead, sir.
And the young lady's going to operate a Thai restaurant at that location. Give you a copy of her menu. Make that exhibit number 2, and so her and her family going to run the place.
Anything else?
That's it.
Questions, commissioners?
Yeah, I have questions. There are a lot of people here. I would like to know who are the
That's
licensees?
not the, it's another case.
Oh, well, could they sit down so that we,
That was a sip and bite. I thought they heard food and they got up.
oh, okay, because I'm like, there's something else going on here.
This is the licensee.
Ms.
This is the-
Panseri?
Right, and this is the city resident. This is
And-
the former licensee.
Okay, so we
We got
have,
everybody here.
so the city resident is David Cahill? And will you have any involvement in the restaurant? You need, I apologize. They need
He's
to be
going to,
sworn.
you want me to give it to you?
You can proffer.
I can proffer that what happened, he's had a vast experience working in the restaurant business with James Joyce and those, and he's going to come by and assist and help setting up the Thai restaurant in conjunction with the neighborhood.
Mr. Cahill is?
Yes,
And just for clarity's sake, I keep referring to you as him as the Baltimore resident, but he doesn't live
Owns
in
property.
Baltimore, he lives in Virginia, but he owns property
in the
on-
city,
in the city. I want to say Patterson Park
correct.
Avenue, or South Patterson Park. So on a day-to-day basis, it'll be Ms. Panseri in the establishment
And her family.
and her family? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, nothing else? Time for a decision, I vote yes.
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 You have our unanimous decision, sir. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? Call the case.
Justin Charvoy, Pi 360 LLC, trade name Pi 360, 3731 Boston Street. This is a Class B beer, wine, liquor, application for transfer of ownership.
For the record, Melvin J. Kanansky representing the applicant. This is an application to transfer an existing license. It's in the Canton Crossing Shopping Center. Used to be an Italian restaurant there that has since gone. The applicants have met with the Canton Community Association. I think you have a copy of their letter requesting the support of the applicant's request. He'll be the full-time operator of the particular establishment, and I think will be a real improvement for that area. The Italian restaurant there, I think, was a little bit higher end than the area could support.
All right, the file is Exhibit 1, and the Canton Association support letter is Exhibit 2. Anything else, sir?
That would be, I would ask the board to approve.
Questions of commissioners?
So this is an application to transfer ownership. Do we have the transferee here?
And they have since left the shopping center. It's a shopping center owned by Mr. Saperstein, and they have since left in February.
But do we have the person who's transferring the license here in the room?
No, we do not have them here in the room. We have the transfer authorization from the.
Why isn't he here?
They don't know where he is right now because he's left. He left the shopping center.
I don't care. He's supposed to be here.
I don't send the letters out to him. So, I mean, with all due respect, so I don't usually represent the transferees.
Well, you're part of the legal agreement. You deal with the transferee and the transferor.
Yeah.
Well,
But
you know
usually-
the rule that he
but-
has to be here.
But usually what happens to me is that the person who owns the shopping center calls me and says that the other tenant has left. They've signed over the rights to the.
I don't care what they do. They
just
gotta be.
Give me
they gotta
how it
come in.
works.
All right, well, I'm going to be honest with you, that as a result of the failure of the other licensee to be present, I'm opposed to the transfer.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to bring them in. Now, what we're going to do is postpone this case, because we're going to follow our rules and not ignore the rules because somebody just doesn't want to bother to come down here. That's what it amounts to. And Mr. Kudinski, I'm making sure that you, Mr. Kudinski, I'm talking to you. Make sure that you understand this in the future.
Well, but you've had a case other than that where the person went back to Korea and they would never come
Well,
back.
that's different. I can't go reach
No.
over to Korea to get them back here.
And I
There was
I
a
agree with
request
you.
for an exception.
And as the chairman of the commission and the person who decides the legal issues, that's my decision. So postpone, give me a new date.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were looking for me. The 23rd is my next available, well, actually, 23rd, but it's renewal, so it'll be April 30th.
April 30th. Okay. Folks, I'll see you then.
Yeah, from Kentucky. Okay.
Tell me when you're ready. Call the next case.
Jones Montgomery, Sandeep Singh,
No, no.
Desi, AUG LLC, Corky's Liquor, that's at 5404 York Road, a Class A, beer, wine, and liquor.
Wait a minute, I have, yes, 5404, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Class A, beer, wine, and liquor, transfer of ownership.
All right.
Morning, members of the board. For the record, Bruce Covahay on behalf of the applicants.
And your last name again, sir?
That's Covahay, C-O-V as in Victor, A-H-E-Y.
All right. And do you have open testimony?
I don't anticipate any testimony.
So you're going to present the case on behalf of your client?
That is correct.
And both licensees are here?
They are.
Okay, I'll be glad to hear from you.
Yes, this is an application for transfer of the license, for transfer of ownership of the license at Corky's Liquors, which is on York Road in the Govins community. It's a business carry-out only, packaged goods that's been in operation for approximately 30 to 40 years. The licensees will continue to operate the same business and anticipate, in fact, making improvements to the business as it exists. They have met with Councilman Bill Henry, who represents the district, and also members of the York Road Partnership. And we've obtained and executed memorandum of understanding, rather.
All right, the
setting forth
file is admitted as Exhibit 1, and the agreement, which I've just been handed, as Exhibit 2.
Oops,
Oh, I'm sorry. And go ahead,
Got
sir.
it.
Certainly, and all the licensees understand that they need to, of course, abide by the rules and regulations of this liquor board and the alcoholic beverage laws of the state, and also to the terms of the memorandum of understanding, which has been entered as Exhibit 2, and are otherwise prepared to go forward as good citizens of the community.
All right, questions, commissioners?
Yes, who is the transferor?
The floor is Mr.
We, just, if we
Mr.
could just do it as a
Graywall.
proffer.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it's Manjit Graywall who's present here in the court.
And the transferees are here?
Transferees are the gentleman here. This is Mr. Montgomery, who is the city resident, who's the current 1% licensee on the existing license and would continue in that capacity. Mr. Singh and Mr. Stressler.
Okay, so I want to just ask a couple questions and resolve inconsistency in the application.
Very well.
On page 3, question number 10, the question is, have you previously held an alcoholic beverage license in the state of Maryland or in any other state? If so, where and when? And for Jones Montgomery, the answer is no. But then if you go to the first page of the application, for Jones Montgomery, the question is asked, are you financially interested in any other alcoholic beverage business for which a license has been applied, granted, or issued, and the question is answered as yes. So I just think we need to get clarity on what his current license ownership status is. It's either yes or no, but it can't be both.
Correct, can't be both. He is the 1% licensee currently. I don't know personally whether he has any financial interest other than that 1% ownership in that license, but the correct answer would be he has had a previous interest in a liquor license, which is the current license held by Mr. Graywall, and will
And-
continue forward in that role.
And it is the license that we're here talking about today?
That is correct.
And he will continue, so there'll be no change?
That is correct.
Okay,
And I apologize for any
that's okay.
inconsistency in the
We
application.
actually read these things. So thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
clarifying that.
Anything else, sir?
Nothing else.
All right, time for decision, I vote yes.
Yes.
Mr. Henry, Councilman Henry?
You wish to
is-
speak?
Well, I just wanted to
You-
clarify, Bill Henry, Councilman, 4th District. There were provisions in the MOU which involved the board making certain conditions to the license itself. Do those need to be addressed on the record here, or is it sufficient that they're in the?
No, the MOUs are informal agreements are entered into between the parties, and it's not necessarily a part of the board's decision.
Well, the request from the perspective of the community, the expectation was that in signing the MOU, the applicant was voluntarily asking for these conditions to be placed on their license by the board. And so that they would be part of the license as opposed to just be part of the MOU. Some aspects of the MOU do not involve those conditions, but there are some on page 2 of the MOU that I guess I would ask be read into the record.
Can you explain what we're talking about here?
Do you?
I'm assuming that Mr. Henry's referring to what are part of section A1E of the memorandum of understanding, which deals with, for example, service of single-serve beers, 40 ounces shorties, that sort of thing, and.
Well, you have to tell us. It's something-
Well, I just want to make sure. I'm
Yeah,
asking-
it would be on page 2, A1E 1 through 5. The community was expecting that the board would place,
Page 2, A,
I'm sorry, E on page 2, and then there's 5 restrictions involving hours of operation, number of employees present.
you want to read them into the record?
Sure. E, licensee agrees to place the following restrictions on the license. Number 1, the establishment shall not be open for business before 9 a.m. nor close later than 12 midnight. 2, a minimum of 3 employees shall be present during all hours of operation. 3, no single-serve beers will be sold if and when other establishments in the neighborhood end the sale of such items. 4, 40s, 40-ounce beers, shorties, half pints of liquor, and miniatures of liquor will cease to be sold by June 30th, 2016, if other establishments in the neighborhood have ended the sale of such items. And 5, the security vestibule inside the York Road entrance will be phased out by June 2017. Thank you.
I don't see it in my.
Here, it was handed, yeah, this is it, Your Honor.
I will place the file as Exhibit 1, and the MOU with respect to the Section E, which has just been read into the record by Councilman Henry, 1 through 5 on page 2, and the entire agreement into the record is 2. Anything else, sir?
No, thank you.
All right. And you, what is your client's position with respect to this?
Board's indulgence rule. The applicants are in agreement with the
So you are your client's in agreement with this?
That is
To
correct.
be placed in the record as a, one of the, some of the conditions on the license?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, ready for decision, I vote yes.
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 You have a unanimous decision, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, always glad to see you.
Good to see you, Bill.
We got a big agenda here, so you have to keep
Yeah, we've got
moving. Let's
Getting
roll.
there. Oh, my God, no, we're not.
All right, call the case.
President. Evanna Belton, this is at Flavor LLC, trade name is Midtown Barbecue and Brew, at 15 East Center Street. This is a Class B, beer, wine, and liquor, transfer of ownership, a request to add live entertainment, and off-premise catering.
For the record, again, Melvin J. Kanensky, 19 East Fayette Street.
All right, I see we have a lot of, do we have any witnesses that are going to testify?
This is a transfer of an existing license that has live entertainment on it. The current licensees are here. The new licensees, the prospective, are also here.
On the safe side, we'll swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Glad to hear from you.
This will be a transfer of an existing license to Vanna Belton and the other licensee who are here present. They will operate the place as a Class B restaurant license. The license currently has live entertainment. They plan on continuing the same live entertainment, small functions with DJs and dancing.
All right, is there any opposition?
There was a question, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Steve Johnson on behalf of the Mount Vernon Group as to whether or not there was a restriction on the license concerning a transfer. Check of the file indicates that there was not a restriction on the license.
All right. Sir, your name?
Steve Johnson, Mount Vernon Building Association. Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion, but there is no objection.
Now, the name of your association is?
Mount Vernon Building Association.
And do you have any questions of the council or any of his people? All right, do you wish to say something?
Other than the fact that we cleared up the confusion and no objections to the transfer.
Okay. All right, sir, your name?
Tom Yeager, Downtown Partnership. I've worked with the applicants in the past. They've been very cooperative. We have no objections.
All right. Do you have any questions of these
No
witnesses?
questions.
All right, anything else?
We submit-
Questions of commissioners?
I have a note. What is Kyle Kesenich's interest in the license? I don't know why I wrote that down, but I'm going to ask the question.
She is the
Kyle.
city, she's the city person that's on the license, so maybe I'll get that changed for you next year.
You know where to go.
They don't want to see me down there.
Well, there you go.
Nothing else?
All right,
Nothing.
that's
Time
it.
for
Thank you.
time for decision, I vote yes.
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 All right, you have a unanimous decision, sir.
Mr. Kudensky?
All right, tell me when you're ready. Ready, call the next case.
Okay, sorry. Next item is George Velatus, and that's at the Sip and Bite Inc., trade name pending, 2200 Boston Street, a Class B, beer, wine, and liquor, transfer of ownership.
For the record, Melvin J. Kanensky, 19 East Fayette Street, actually assisting John Themlis in the transfer of this, and Christos. This is a place that's been there forever. George, who was the former licensee, was there for 25 or 30 years. The other licensee is coming off, and there'll be a transfer back to the father.
All right.
We
first-
have.
The current licensee.
Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
enough.
First, I want to introduce the file as Exhibit 1 in this case and also the prior case, which I forgot to do. That's the case involving Center Street. And is there any opposition?
No opposition. We have letters from,
And you have a letter from the Canton Community Association.
we also have letters from some establishments up the street and other parties. Maybe collectively make this to you, Your Honor, as one exhibit.
All right.
People that are in
Exhibit
favor.
2, the letters from Mr. Silverman, the Bartenders Pub, Canton Community Association, the Canton Community Association. They're all collectively as Exhibit 3. Here's this one, too.
It amounts to an inter-family transfer of the license back to the father.
All right. Questions to commissioners?
I just need to, I want to figure out who's who. So who's on the license now? And that's, are people sworn? Could you just
No,
proffer
that's it. Just
then?
ask the
It's Anthony,
lawyer.
is the
Anthony,
son,
what is his last name?
Vassiliadis.
Okay. Yeah, so the only one that should be speaking now is Mr.
Yeah.
Kudensky. So I'm asking you to identify who's
Anthony
who.
Vassiliadis,
And he's currently the only person on the license?
licensee.
Okay.
George is his dad, who was on the license with Celiatis before. He's going back on the license.
So you're coming off, Anthony's coming off
Completely.
completely, and George is coming on completely.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, time for decision. I vote yes.
Yes.
I vote yes.
All right, you have our unanimous decision, sir.
All right, thank you.
I can read the next.
Tell me when you're ready. Call the case.
Gurmit Singh, Gujrit Singh, this is San San Inc., Sunset Tavern and Liquor Store, that's at 308 North Utah, a Class BD7 beer wine liquor, application for transfer and ownership, and request to remove restrictions.
Is there an issue?
No.
Wait a minute.
Let's just all
Well,
settle down for
folks-
just a minute, maybe slide down a little. It's always good to give orders to Judge Themelis, who used to order me around all the time. You did. It's good to see you.
All right, did you call the case? I'm lost.
She,
All right, well, I'll call it. 308 North Utah Street. Who's going to speak? Melvin?
For the record, Melvin J. Koninsky, 19 East Bass Street, representing the applicant in this case. This is really the same corporation, adding Mr. Gurdeep Singh to the license as a 50% owner. There was a request to lift the restrictions, which we are hereby withdrawing those requests to withdraw the restrictions on the license, and this was to be a clean, just a straight transfer and the adding of Mr. Gurdeep Singh to the license.
All right, any questions of commissioners?
just,
None?
No, I have not.
Okay.
wait. We're on 308 North Utah?
Mm-hmm. I'll introduce, mark the file as Exhibit 1 in this case. Go ahead with your question.
There's opposition to removing the restrictions?
Well, they've withdrawn it,
Withdrew that.
so that's over with.
So much happening, all swirling all around.
And I see here a letter from Director of Bromo Tower Arts and Entertainment. I don't even know, what does that letter say? Strongly opposes the application. No, that was with respect, the restrictions, all right. So that letter will be included in the file anyways, Exhibit 2, even though the request is withdrawn. Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I really was, I'm not with you guys. Are you saying that the request to remove the restriction has been withdrawn?
Yes.
The opposition is withdrawn?
No, the request to remove him, so there's no point to the opposition since the opposition wins.
I'm with you now.
So it's okay.
I'm with you.
And there's absolutely no question they may not have done too well on that, I'm sure.
It's overwhelming opposition, it's okay.
Anything else? Questions?
No, not for me.
All right, vote yes.
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 All right, you have our unanimous decision. Let us know.
Okay.
Ready?
John Stein, Ronald Burr Jr., Stay Thirsty LLC, trade name Nova Beers. This is at 1724 Whetstone Way, a Class B beer, wine, and liquor. A application for transfer of ownership, request to add live entertainment and outdoor table service.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner Justin Williams, Rosenberg Martin, Greenberg LLP. I'm here with Caroline Hecker from the same firm. We have to my right, Ronald P. Burr Jr., Matthew Earl, and John Stein. Want to correct the record before I go forward that we're in application to substitute licensee for a Class D license, and there's already the live entertainment and outdoor seating as part of it.
Pardon me, the one that I'm looking at has a WD7 day, so is it a Class D?
It is a Class D, if you can move to amend the I'm sorry, Class D. Yeah, D, beer and wine. So I think the WB might have been a beer wine, maybe I guess, typo.
Are we okay on that? Michelle?
I guess so. I mean, I'll have to take a look at it and make sure. But
So
yeah.
tell us exactly what you're saying, sir.
So it's a Class D versus a Class
The
B.
current license is a Class D.
Well, that's what I have, Class B beer and wine.
Class D as in dog.
Class D,
Yes, sir.
I see. So it's not a Class B, it's a Class D.
That's correct.
All right, now with respect to the issue of live entertainment and so forth.
That is already part of the current license, so it is not a request to add. We're continuing to keep live entertainment and outdoor seating.
That is correct. And we just have it as an add, sir, as a perfunctory, but those are existing conditions.
So the only issue today is your transfer,
Correct.
because the other issues are not relevant.
That's correct.
All right? All right, do you have any live testimony?
No, sir. We proceed by way of proffer with your permission.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. We're here today on a substitution of licensees only. The issue before the board is a transfer of ownership. The LLC will remain the same, but the principal owner of the LLC, Matthew Earl, who's also the current licensee, is intending to open a new restaurant in Towson, and to comply with the state's rules on the number of licenses with which he can be affiliated, he's divested himself of his interest in the LLC, and as part of that, he's stepping down as licensee. John Stein, to my right, who's already been involved with the restaurant day-to-day, will be the new licensee, and Ronald Burr is the Baltimore City resident, also new licensee.
So both licensees are here?
Correct.
Mhm.
There's should be a letter in your file, at least in what Ms. Hecker provided to you, that from Locust Point Civic Association, indicating their consent and support for the transfer. If you have any questions.
Let's see, the file has that letter? I don't see it. Oh, here, okay. All right, I introduced the file as Exhibit 1 and the exhibits that you've presented to me collectively as Exhibit 2. All right, go ahead, sir. Anything else?
Nothing further, unless you have any questions for
All
me.
right, any questions to commissioners?
None.
No questions? All right, time for decision. I vote yes.
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 We have a unanimous decision.
Thank you.
You want to pass that on, Dan? All right, I think that completes our morning docket, doesn't it? No?
I see some more tabs back here.
What do we have next?
Baltimore Eagle is the last one. For the
Gulf-
record,
Gulf Street?
yes, one second.
Okay.
For the record, sir, Bernina Honey's Lounge has been postponed. That item is being discussed by the community associations, and the very last item is,
Midtown?
no, the last item is Ian Parrish and Charles Parrish, Baltimore Eagle. Yeah, I'll call it in a second, you ready? Yeah, no problem. Very last item is Ian Parrish and Charles Parrish, Baltimore Eagle LLC, trade name Baltimore Eagle. That's at 2022 North Charles. This is the Class BD7, year one liquor, an application for transfer of ownership. This was previously voted upon in March.
For the record, again, Melvin Jaconensky representing the applicants in this case. As the board would remember, there was a discussion before the board as concerning the sections of Section 2B, Section 10503, small d, parens 4. The board, at that point, they asked for me to give them a memorandum as to the opinion of the licensees and myself to the validity of a transfer that goes beyond 180 days and the reasons therefore. I have submitted that.
Is this the one where you challenged one of the commissioners, or is this another case?
No, that was one of the ones because there was a lot of things that were going back and forth.
Is that this case?
Yeah.
All right, I want to take that first.
Okay.
First of all,
Recusal.
listen to me. First, I want to have you argue, if you have argument, with respect to your challenge of a commissioner. Be glad to hear from you.
My only argument is that usually I don't follow blogs and different things that appear in the Baltimore Brew and all that, but people had sent me things about discussions they had with Commissioner Moore concerning the discussions, the last hearing about being involved with the Charles Village Community Center, and then there was some discussions in the blog where the commissioner got involved, and it was a question as to whether or not that could affect in any way a clear and transparent decision in the case. I had provided to the board a copy of that was sent to me, and on that basis, felt to be best to have Commissioner Moore be recused from the hearing, from the decision on this case, so that there wouldn't be any problems in the future.
All right, first, the way I'm going to handle this is, first I'm going to ask the commissioner what her decision is.
Well, no, I did not discuss the case at all. I simply talked about the 180, about the 200-foot rule, and that was the first decision, administrative order that Chairman Ward issued when we first became commissioners, and that opened up an opportunity for communities to participate in hearing liquor license matters that they feel affect them. That's all I said. I didn't get involved in any discussion about Charles Village or Old Goucher or any issues regarding the parishes or the Eagle Bar. I've made it very clear since early on that I read almost everything that's out there about the liquor board and the work that we do or don't do. And I particularly have highlighted the Baltimore Brew and the Baltimore Business Journal and the Baltimore Sun and City Paper when they do write about the liquor board. So there's no secret. I read, and I read everything. I comment very little. This is the first time I've commented, and it was just to make very clear that the 200-foot rule is no longer in effect. And so people who feel they're impacted by the laws of this board and this state with respect to liquor are open to come to this board. That's all I said. I have no bias one way or the other.
I'm not saying you didn't, but I understand.
And so because I have no bias, I have no preconceived notions about this case, I don't prefer one party over another, and I have given it a lot of thought, and my decision personally is I see no basis upon which to recuse myself, and do not recuse myself.
Now, with respect to the fact that we have 3 commissioners and we're not a single solitary judge type situation, the board itself will now vote on your motion. And I'm going to also permit Commissioner Moore to vote on the motion too. I'll vote first as usual. I vote to deny your request of striking her. Commissioner Moore, your vote?
I vote no.
I also vote no.
All right, so your motion is defeated. Now, with respect to the argument on your general argument, with respect, now I'll hear it.
Well, I would ask that the memorandum that was submitted be incorporated in the argument. I won't bore the board with going through everything that we studied in the case law on there about whether Section 10503D4 is a mandatory directory for all the reasons that were set it out in the memorandum for the prior policy, the prior board and this board about getting extensions of beyond 180 days for reasons that certainly would be, you couldn't complete things if there was a fire, all the things I mentioned in there. So it wouldn't make any sense just to have the 180 days to be a directory rather than to be mandatory, not directory in the case. I think there are numerous times when you cannot get a UNO, you cannot get services, you cannot get anything in 180 days. And to deny completion of a transfer on that basis, I think is totally unfair, and number one. Number two, it's not what the intention of the law said, depending on the reading of the law. And if you read the memorandum, you would have seen where even the Court of Appeals said they're directed to do certain things within 3 months, and they take it as directory and not as mandatory. So on that basis, I feel that based on the memorandum, which would be made, I'm sure made an exhibit for the file. Have you marked it? I don't want to.
Yeah, well, of course, your memorandum is in the file.
Okay.
But I do want to, I'm going to make a few remarks with respect to the law and then allow you, if you have any additional remarks, and then perhaps the commissioners may have questions. First of all, with respect to the word shall, is directory or not, the word shall almost always is directory. The issue that was brought up in your memorandum is the 30-day rule, which any circuit court judge knows is impossible to have a 30-day rule to allow something to occur and then the response to be within the same 30 days. And what happens when you have conflicting language that doesn't make any sense, they do the courts of appellate courts then go to try to explain it away, which they've done in this case. It certainly doesn't in any way, in my opinion, change the nature of the word shall. That particular case means that the court has the opportunity after the 30 days has expired in order to reach a decision. You also mentioned several cases that this very commission has ruled in conflict apparently with its subsequent cases with respect to the issue of the 180-day rule. And I agree with you that I think these cases are wrong. And but however, they don't change what this commission has consistently followed since that time. That you have the initial period of 180 days, and then afterwards, if you need an additional time, you have the right to file for it as long as you do it in a timely fashion. And I feel that and I have somewhere here, I don't know where it is right now, the issue of the testimony of Senator Della, who came down before the commission and testified in another case. Now, where is that transcript? All right, well, I'm going to introduce that transcript as the law in this case, which I adopt as part of my opinion, which holds clearly that Mr. Della, serving as a state senator from the city of Baltimore, responsible for the issue, and an explanation of the 180-day rule clearly says what I just finished saying, that it applies in the manner in which he states, and I therefore introduce this as a part of my decision and mark it, Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
No, you were talking about the crossbar?
Well,
And my question is a differentiation between 10504 and 10503.
yes.
And 10503 has no sanctions along with, there's no negatory statements there, and that's what the law said in Woodfield, that if it didn't, then most of the times it's directory. And the situations, as I put out, there are some cases, Capital Grill comes to town, they get a license transfer, and it's going to take them 18 months to complete. There's no mechanism in there to ask for an extension. This doesn't say it. 10504 says you can ask for a 180-day extension. That particular portion of 10503 does not have that in there, and it doesn't have any sanctions along with it, nor does it have any negatory statements on there. So I feel that based on that, and the case law is that it is directory and not mandatory.
All right. Since it's my exhibit, do you need a copy of it?
I'd like to have a copy, okay?
All right, make sure he has a copy. With respect to that issue, it seems clear to me, since Senator Della was the person who was responsible for the enactment of the code, and I have said many times that the code says what it says, and we are to interpret the code for what it says and not use all kinds of explanatory language. I've many times, both as a judge and as an observer of Court of Appellate decisions, is held precisely that. And it's very clear to me that this code is clear that the 180-day rule in this case has been violated. And I agree with you that there has been some inconsistent holdings by this very board, but not since we've had Senator Della's testimony, which I adopt in its total, believe it to be true, and accept it as binding on this commission. That's my opinion. Did you wish to say anything as a result of my comments?
About Senator Della particularly?
About anything.
No. Well, I noticed it, and I'm no stranger to Senator Della over the years, but normally in the legislation that he would pass, he would usually have provisions in there that says that if something didn't happen, what would happen? The same as what happened with 10504, which was not in existence maybe 25 years ago. The Baltimore City adopted 10504 from Baltimore County, and in that they said that you would get 180 days plus 180 days or else it would lapse. This case here would have been very easy when they were following 10504 for 10503. The section in 10503 doesn't go all the way back to Prohibition. It's probably only 20 years old or so. They put no teeth in there as to what would happen if it went past 180 days. If it went to 185 days and somebody completed and got their UNO, if it has to be mandatory, person will lose their entire investment.
Well, there's no question of the unfairness of it.
Hmm?
I agree with you that these rules were passed 2000 and 2001. And at that time, we have a different atmosphere in government. It acted more promptly. And we find people being delayed by the zoning board, being delayed by a permit process, and so forth. It's interesting to me that despite the fact that I've said this repeatedly, that the code needs to be changed. Our job is to enforce the code as it exists and not to recreate a code as we maybe think it should exist. That's why we have legislatures. And so I'm not going to change the code by dictum or by decisions, in my opinions.
Could I just add one more thing?
Sure.
Yeah. And I think that if you go back through the codes, when the Baines case, then they're saying is that the board is taking somebody's money, and then they're telling them that their license isn't any good at a later time.
But we've been through that.
But you can't do, I'll be real
We've
brief.
ruled on that so many times.
On the Baines case you've ruled on?
We have ruled on that
Mhm.
issue precisely, that paying the price of the license is not going to decide the issue of whether or not they have complied with the law with respect to the 2001 and 2000 enactments by the Maryland General Assembly on this precise point, which has been interpreted by the person who wrote and got the law passed in Annapolis, Senator Della, whose opinion I have adopted as is binding in this case before us today. That's my opinion. Now, questions, commissioners, or decisions?
No questions, but I do concur with the chairman.
I'm in agreement.
So that means that, sir, that the only issue before us is whether or not your client has complied with the code, and he has not, in my opinion. That's my decision. Because of an unfair containment in the law, which doesn't give him the time that he may have needed. It's a factual situation which we are not allowed to look at. And no one's done anything about it, despite the fact that this commission has just talked about this in the past over its current sessions. And no group has come forth, and now the legislature is going out of session. No attempt has been made at the city council to change it. And it's now still the law of the state of Maryland, both from the City of Baltimore Code and from the State of Maryland Code, that you have to comply with the law with respect to the 180-day rule, and you haven't done so in this case. And there's absolutely no question in my mind that perhaps based upon the laudatory comments of this applicant, that it may have been a good thing for the City of Baltimore to have had the code changed to allow him to proceed. But it's not before us, therefore your request is denied, and you're out of time. And the license is gone.
Could I request a written decision on this?
No, you can ask for you can pay the price and get it.
No, I got that. But I don't know what the board's denying at this point.
I'm denying your request for the 180-day rule extension to validate his license. His license is gone. He has to go and start over with a new license. I'm not going to give you advice as to what to do.
I got it.
But,
But in reference to what you had mentioned, Mr. Chairman, every year the legislature comes to the board and asks them to make suggestions as to changes. Because
Nobody's
it's a
asked
state,
me a
it's not a
thing.
city, it's not a city request. It comes from the board. And I can't do that.
You can always send a letter of recommendation.
I've sent letters of recommendation concerning Maryland resident, not Baltimore City resident, getting rid of the witnesses. It falls on deaf ears.
All right, the memorandum, of course, to be accepted as part of the file, and this case file is already in, and also Senator Della's opinion, which I have here, the transcript is it also admitted as an exhibit. That's my vote.
I concur.
You have our unanimous decision, the license is dead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks, Baltimore Eagle people.
Okay, mark it. All right, that's our last case, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we'll stand and adjourn until 1:15. All right, call the first case.
Chairman, the first case is licensee Alexander Wool, A&D LLC. Trade name is Midtown Liquors. This is at 17 West Biddle Street, a Class A beer, wine, and liquor. This is a protest of renewal under provision 2B, 10-301A.
All right. Glad to hear
Good
from you, sir.
afternoon. Herbert Burgunder on behalf of Alexander Wolden, A&D.
Okay, swear all witnesses, please.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
What do you think, Mr. Burgunder? I should start with the protesting so that you can respond to it.
Sure.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir.
But if you don't, I'll be glad to hear it.
Fine, no reserve.
All right. What's your name, sir?
Oh, my name is David Plaker.
All right, and you're the one that filed the exhibits?
That's correct.
All right, I introduced the file as Exhibit 1, and all the matters that you filed is Exhibit 2. So everything is in record.
Okay.
Now, we'd be glad to hear from you.
Okay. Yes, I am protesting his renewal on five things. First is perjury. The second is failure to abate housing code violations. The third is he make other repairs. The fourth is to failure to resolve although he has made some fixes, failure to resolve that in a timely manner. And fifth is failure to meet community standards.
All right, now let me interject so we can get to the point. Not that you're not, but this morning I asked our staff to go out and photograph the house to see what had been done. Have you seen these photographs?
I have, and I took photographs this morning too, and I even used the newspaper.
All right,
as
because
timestamp.
they naturally bring us up to date from your complaints.
Yes, they
bring us up to what is conditioned now.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, sir.
No, I would first start off with the perjury. Whenever we were here on January 29th, 2015, Mr. Wolb continued to say that he didn't own 17 West Biddle Street. That was his defense. But on the Maryland Department of, I don't know if I can help you with this. On page 4 of the last one, I'm sorry, I know I need to give you one. So, page 4, he swears he does own it. On the last page, also he said he didn't do anything on the second floor, but if you look on page 2, it says, where in the building is your alcohol stored, second floor. Also it says that he's a resident of Baltimore City, but from my understanding, he's a resident of Baltimore County, not city.
How do you tell us about that?
How do I know he's a resident, or how do I know that?
Well, you said that he's not a resident of Baltimore City.
He told me.
Pardon?
He told me because I had a conversation with him before, the same day of the meeting, the January 29th meeting, and it was outside his liquor store. And I told him, I said, look, you don't live next door to a BYOB hookah bar or a rundown liquor store. And he says, no, because he lives in the county. And I said, well, yeah, but I live in Mount Vernon. I live in Mount Vernon where there's supposed to be standards. But he said, no, he lives in the county. That's how I know he lives in the county, because he admitted he lived in the county to me on January 29th.
So what's the effect of that on this issue?
Because on his application, he said he lives in the city.
If I may, for the record, object to this proceeding at this moment, because, for the record, in that these are not matters that were raised in the petition in opposition to the renewal.
Yeah, well, we let everything in, really, and I'll just give you a general objection to everything if you want.
Okay.
So you don't have to make it.
I appreciate it.
All right, go ahead. So your issue here is that he was not telling the truth.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And I do it based on this document that I presented.
Not an issue as to whether he's legally operating a license.
Well, I'm sorry? What?
Licensees have to have ownership, have to have residence in the city,
Okay.
or a person representing the licensee.
Okay.
Are you making that point? I'm trying to get your point.
Yes, that he does not have residence in the city.
Which means?
Which means what he says on his application, on his renewal, is incorrect, that he filed.
Well, you missed my point, but go ahead, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. The second thing, then, is whenever we met on January 29th, he said he didn't store any liquor on the second floor in order to avoid the broken out windows. And I took pictures. If you look inside his thing,
Well, but now we have the pictures up to date, don't we?
Well, you don't have the picture of the inside.
No,
So.
Go ahead.
So you could see.
that's
from-
exhibit, mark it, the next exhibit, collectively Exhibit 2.
Okay, so those pictures show a staircase, and they show liquor on the second floor.
Actually, these pictures show boxes too. Did you notice that?
I did. But that is more concrete.
Well, we don't know what those boxes are in the outside pictures.
That's correct,
But
but we know what
you're
those
being
are.
specific.
That's right.
That inside they show that they're alcohol.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So that he is using the second floor, your point is
My point being that
it's part of his operation.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, and the third thing is.
Excuse me for just bringing you along, but I'm trying to get to these
Oh,
points
no,
so
I-
that he can answer them if he
I'm-
can.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. And the third thing is, when you go over the housing code violation, which is in the packet,
Yeah.
so we have, I'm sorry, so in the petition that was signed, so I think it is Exhibit B, petition that was signed, he has not resolved a vast majority of those, and I want to go each item by item, right? Item by item is important. So we have the commercial frost windows installed. So we have this. This is item 1, the commercial frost. And those pictures were taken today. And the reason why we know they were taken today is because I used the Baltimore Sun newspaper as in the backdrop. So this is the Baltimore Sun. It has April 9, 2015. So you can see that, with the backdrop in there, that those pictures were taken today. Item 2.
So wait a minute.
Sorry.
So what is your point of this?
That he has not resolved the commercial frost windows that were installed without chap approval.
Maybe you're talking too fast for me, but I'm lost. Now tell me, where these pictures that we took today, how does that fit?
No, those are, that's also.
Where?
accurate.
What window are we talking about?
We're talking about the side window.
Here, you pick out the picture and show me where.
Oh,
Put this together for me,
okay,
and so I can show the commissioners.
all right. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay?
So,
That's the window you're talking about.
that's right, that's the commercial
And your
frost.
point is,
He has not resolved the code violation from that particular,
and what are all those things in the window? It's,
that's all alcohol, but I want to get to that here in a second, if you don't, if you would,
well, what's the violation?
what, with the frost code?
No, what is your point here? What is your
That
point?
he has not resolved, and that he has not resolved, he's not removed the frost that's on the window. that he should
Oh, the
have.
cross that's on the
Frost.
window.
Frost.
Yeah, this is all
Where's the cross?
frost. These are like frosted
Oh,
windows. like
frosted.
Tinted windows, frosted.
Mhm,
So
okay.
you can't see inside.
All right. All right, now I got it. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm dumb, but I just had to.
No, I talk fast, it's kind of, as soon as you get all excited. So anyway, so here's back to the item 1, the frosted.
I can't resist, so you don't think I'm dumb.
No, I don't think you're dumb at all. No.
I couldn't resist. Sure. No reply.
No.
Okay, go ahead. I don't resent it. I think so too.
On the item 2, those are the broken windows. Let me see if I can, and this is what you had provided to me. Just give me. That's your packet. And that's item 2. This is side windows are cracked and broken. And again, we're bringing the second floor in because that's where he stores the liquor. And prior, he said he did
All
not.
right, so this picture that you're showing me,
That's our picture.
that's our market 2A or 2B, so I can keep this straight. And this is 1A and 1B here, right here.
We showed the broken window, which is your housing.
Keep them marked.
Okay, keep going.
No,
Oh,
wait,
sorry.
I want the picture back.
Oh, that's 2A.
All right, this is, no, this is two, this is 2, huh?
You said 2A for that one.
No, this is, no. Let's get it straight. This is 2A right here,
Okay,
and the picture's with it,
okay,
2A.
got it.
All right, now, 2B, this one.
So we're matching your photos with our photos.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
2B.
think that's what's happening.
Now, with respect to 2B, You're complaining about the broken window on the second floor,
That's correct.
and where else?
Item number three on here is a commercial alcohol sign on the commercial windows or doors.
But not this one.
Oh, no, that's in the picture, I'm sorry.
Sir, look, slow down. We'll give you the amount of time that you need to explain it, but we have to understand it. Here is 2B, broken window on the second floor. What else on 2B? Anything else?
That'd be it.
Okay, fine. All right, now do you want to, what do you want? I got to pass this down to the left.
No, I'm just gonna let him present first.
Okay, but you want to see the exhibits, don't you?
Yeah, I mean.
All right, let me
I'm
see
familiar
2B
with
so I
what
can pass
Bobby
it down.
looks like. I see him every day.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay,
But how about 3? Show them the next picture.
okay, we're trying to, item 3 on here, which is the commercial alcohol sign, commercial windows. Here it is, and
So what picture of ours is this?
there's, right, but there's one more in there, one more in the packet, which is.
This?
That's
One looks like the door.
right.
This one. Oh, I see.
And
This one?
That's correct, that's correct.
So these go together.
That's
All
correct.
right, mark that 3.
And that was,
2, strike that, 2C. That's the third exhibit of the collection. 2C. All right, now what's your issue on 2C?
2C, which you have on the item 3 on the page, it specifically says windows and door. It still has the liquor sign on the door and up against the window. So that's my,
And these are all,
Show us what you're talking about.
oh,
Well, it's not painted either. That's my exhibit.
hide it.
So what are you saying here? What are you saying here?
That he should not have that liquor sign on his door.
Was it on the door for today, this morning?
Yes.
Well, I'll let the commissioners decide. That's 2C.
Right there.
All right, the next one.
Okay, this is next one would be, we have the 4 and 5. The 4 and 5 on the citation, which is the side exterior lights installed without chap approval, and the other one would be side hole and side wall where wires are located.
Okay, you got photographs of it?
I do.
Now, what is this you just handed me? Where did this come from? Commissioner, what is that you just handed me?
this is, I think this, if I'm understanding, item number 1 is just to show that all these were taken today, using today's Baltimore Sun as your marker.
Oh, no, those are the frost in the windows.
This is the frost in the windows. So,
But we've already been through that, haven't we?
yeah, oh, I see. So this is the frost in the
All right,
windows.
but what is new are you bringing up?
What I'm doing is I'm going over that these violations have still not resolved. They're still not abated. And you know, we have a meeting on January 29th.
Well, I want to be impatient, but you're not a lawyer, are you?
I am a lawyer.
All right. Well, you're not presenting it clearly to our 3 commissioners as to what you're
Okay.
talking about. What we've done is sent out and got photographs of the conditions this morning,
Right.
because obviously some of the things that you said in your written comments for today's hearing, complaining about things which have since been corrected. So what we want to know is what's not corrected now, up to date, and that's what we have to. And you want, since I have all these photographs, you're welcome to use them and point out on our photographs what it indicates that it's not done, that the inspectors of the housing in this historic area have required to be done, which has not been done. Can you do that?
Yes, and that's why I'm providing you with photographs of that were taken today using the Baltimore Sun to show that it was taken today, and those are the violations that are still not
Why
resolved.
don't you use our photographs, or this big,
I
instead
just-
of
I
your
just-
little photographs?
Well, because I just received your photographs like 2 seconds ago, as opposed to
Well,
mine.
can't you use them?
I can use them, but,
All right.
okay,
You can hook yours to it if you want.
okay. So then we will go to.
Now, we've been through C.
Right, so.
We've got 3 down.
Right, so we'll go to 6 and 7, which is the front bricks are missing from the front door and the front door trim.
All right, is that this
issues.
picture here?
That's right.
All right.
And here's my pictures as
And your
well.
pictures, what,
So,
all right,
We
they,
put
they
them
go
together.
together. All right, now, where did this picture come from, since I have the same picture in my hand?
We all got, you, myself, Mr. Jones, all got copies of the packet.
Okay, and you're gonna mark that one, that would be 3D. And your point on this is the bricks and the paint?
it's still not resolved, that's correct.
Yeah,
That's correct.
okay,
Okay.
bricks and the paint. You got it. All right, next one,
Next,
put them somewhere where they've been finished.
the next one is the neon light that is outside the liquor store. It's broken, it's not operable, and I have pictures.
Okay, which one is our picture?
Right here.
All right, get the same picture, please. Commissioner Moore? He's, that's the picture he's indicating. That'd be 4E. And you're pointing out the the light is improper, and what else?
It doesn't work.
But anything else on that photograph? Okay. And he's under an order to do that?
No, it's not. It's not on any of the housing codes.
So you're commenting on it as a fact,
That's correct.
but not an enforceable, he wasn't told to do it? We're an enforcement agency.
No, I understand that. I understand that. It would just, I would,
You understand my point. If I have a light bulb, it doesn't light outside of my vestibule, nobody's told me to correct it, and you're coming before the liquor board and asking his license to be terminated as a result of this.
but he has had notice that it's not working. Whenever the package was submitted to it, that was one of the photographs, that his liquor sign is not operating properly. So he did have notice of it.
He did have notice.
He did have
All right, and
notice.
this would be 4E. Go ahead, sir. This is 2C sitting over here. Any more on our photographs?
They have that one. They have that one. No.
All right, I'll be glad to hear the rest of your testimony.
There's a liquor store that is 2 blocks away that does comply with the, Mount Vernon, the CHAP. And I wanted to submit that because pictures of that particular liquor store, only because it has the same number of windows, it's on the corner, and this is what his store should look like.
Okay, go ahead.
And it is called Mount Vernon Spirits of Mount Vernon, I'm sorry. And if I could pass those pictures to you.
All right, and this would be the next number up, which would be 5. Collectively, this is what it should look like.
That's correct. That is correct.
All right, let me get a look at it and just
Okay.
pass it down. All right, go ahead, sir.
And that's it. That's, I'm here to hopefully that we were here on January 29, 2015. He made a commitment. We've had hearings, we've had more hearings, he's had notices, he's had inspections, he's had plenty of opportunity to remedy the situation, and he has not. He was not forthcoming about the ownership of his building. As you may recall, his defense was he didn't own it. And as it turns out, a year prior, whenever he signed up for his renewal, he said he did own it. And because he has not been forthcoming, because he has not been honest, and because he has not made the corrections that he said he was going to make, what I would hope that his license would not be renewed.
Now, I'm going to, of course, allow cross-exam, but I wanted to ask, and then the commissioner's questions, but I wanted to ask a couple questions. Are you here by yourself today, or are people here for you?
No, I'm here by myself.
Okay.
Well, I somebody from the Mount Vernon community as well, Mount Vernon.
Members of the committee are here?
Mount Vernon Belvedere Association.
But are
yeah.
they here?
Yes.
Well, how many people
Just
are
one.
here for supporting?
Just one.
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 Does this person want to testify?
Oh.
Calling me.
What was the answer?
Yes.
He wants to testify? Okay, we'll get to him.
No, I'm not
Oh,
offering
you-
to testify.
Oh, you know.
Doesn't want to testify?
No, no.
Okay. All right, cross-exam. Any?
No questions.
All right, commissioner questions.
Do you have anything from the state of Maryland that shows the ownership of this property from SDAT? Okay, so the ownership, you've had me a printout of the page from the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, real property pages showing ownership of 17 West Biddle Street is held by HTKN LLC, located at 6138 Summer Park Lane, Alexandria, Virginia. Correct? Okay. That's the only question that I have.
All right.
I have one, Mr. Judge. I'm just confused. The violation notice that you have been referencing, that was issued to the property owner for various violations. What is the status of that violation notice with the Department of Housing?
Well, the notices are still posted online, so the assumption is that they are still active.
I'm trying to find out whether or not the Department of Housing is working with him. Did he file for any permits, maybe some plans? And are they working with him? I mean,
I do not know.
What is this you handed me?
That is the,
This is renewal application.
And that is where you found the errors,
yes,
including the ownership?
that's right.
Okay. All right. You have no questions, and that you've completed your testimony?
That's correct.
All right. Is any other testimony? Anybody else want to say anything? That's it? All right. No other commissioner questions?
Maybe you can't answer this, but, and I think this is some of the struggle that I had when he was before us the last time. And maybe you can answer, maybe you can't, but I'm struggling to understand how we do not renew a license because of housing code violations, and then even drilling down further, the CHAP violations. It's pretty clear that there have been violations, that things haven't happened the way they're supposed to happen, not complying with the community standards, which is somewhat amorphous. But what's the theory for not renewing a liquor license for those reasons? And maybe that's argument, but at the end.
Well, I would argue that it falls within, you have a rule where it says, illegal conduct. Clearly the stuff is, he's in control of it. He's in control of the liquor store, and he's in control of the advertising, and he's in control of, the frost that's on the window. He can remove that.
If he is not the owner, does the control issue go away?
No. For example, the liquor signs.
Okay.
And the overall appearance, of course, of this business.
Okay.
So what is your recommendation?
Not to renew his liquor license.
All right, now you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and address some of these issues. If I could save a couple moments for some technical objections with regard to the testimony of Mr. Placker I will reserve a few
Go
moments to
ahead,
do
sir.
that, but I think it
You're
might be,
on.
might be better to address the big issues first. First of all, the ironic thing is that if Mr. Wolde had done the things that Mr. Placker is asking him to do without getting the proper permits, he would have then been in violation of CHAP and the Baltimore City Code. Instead, what he's done is he's hired an architect at the recommendation of the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association. And while I would like all architects to work super lickety-split fast, sometimes those things take a couple days. And we have to present to you today plans, which have been developed to renovate the entire premises. We'd certainly like to have this entered into exhibit. These have been the architect, again, who's on the board of the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association, worked with Steve Shen of the association to gain approval for these. Those plans went back and forth, if I may, as a way of a proffer, back and forth with Mr. Shen to gain the approval of the association to meet all of the association's requirements. These plans go into great detail about the work that's going to be done to renovate the
whom?
building. Done by a contractor to
On
renovate.
behalf of?
On behalf of.
Your client?
My client,
Mhm.
and the owner of the building, which is
And your
H-
client is a renter or owner?
So let's clarify that.
Mhm.
So my client is Alexander Wolde, and he owns a company called A&D LLC, and that's the liquor license owner. Over the course, and I think he attempted to explain this, but maybe not so artfully, so I'll attempt to be a little bit more artful, if I can, to explain how, over the course of years, he became the owner of HTKN LLC, which is a separate company. So while companies, according to the Supreme Court, can have voices and speak and address issues of political speech and maybe even have religious views, they're still separate and apart from their owners. So HTKN LLC is a separate LLC, which is the owner of the real estate at 17 West Biddle Street. The problem in this case, and part of the holdup, is that HTKN LLC was owned by a gentleman, Neguse, I forget his last name, and Mr. Neguse was the landlord for many years, and Alexander had very limited rights as to what he could do. Neguse, and I know this because I've represented Mr. Wolde for many years, Mr. Neguse went missing.
What?
Missing.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and we think he went to Africa, to Ethiopia, and he was unable to be heard from. His property went into foreclosure. Alex started paying the mortgage to save his business. He didn't have a full agreement with Mr. Neguse to do so. Over the course of 2 years, he came to an agreement to purchase the entity, HTKN LLC, from Neguse. Neguse came back to the United States and then died. And his wife then went missing, couldn't find her. Through the assistance of his brother-in-law, we were able to find the wife. The good news, and the end of the story, I think which Mr. Wolde attempted to explain last time he was here, maybe inartfully, is that last summer we were able to complete the transaction to purchase HTKN LLC, which is a separate company. It's owned by a company called Biddle Building LLC, which is also owned by Mr. Wolde and others. So in a technical sense, now, but not for many years, but now he, through an entity, owns the building. A&D LLC is still the tenant with the rights of tenants. We have a copy of the lease that we signed as effective in July when he took over the property on behalf of both the ownership entity and the renter entity. That's the structure that he's chosen for his property.
The really unfortunate thing, in my assessment, is that he owned this property when he was before us in January of 2015.
Well,
And he said he wasn't. And that
he's-
is a problem.
He's
And
not.
I want to,
I appreciate
I
that.
just can't even hold my tongue on that.
I appreciate that, but
Because
he's not.
that's a problem. That's a problem.
He
That's
own-
a fact. It's historic. It's transcribed. And we're going to
He's-
have to talk about that.
Okay, I'm happy to talk about it. I think it was his lack of understanding of the nuance of the.
All right,
Because
I
I-
just have to say, when someone says, do you own the property, you can say yes or you can say no. And if you say no and you actually do own the property, you can see where that could be a little complicated.
I understand
when
that.
it
If you-
later becomes clear that something's been misstated, but anyway,
Well,
we'll go on.
I would ask that we give him the benefit of the doubt on that, because I don't think he totally
don't-
understands
I
the
just can't even
limited
do
liability
that.
company
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah.
And he owns actually Biddle Building LLC, which owns HTKN
So
LLC.
my granddaughter gets great pleasure in watching these when she comes down to visit. And so if I give him the benefit of the doubt on a direct misstatement, she's gonna ask me to do the same thing later. I don't know if I can do that. It's just something to think about as you go forward.
My point is this, is that Mr. Walday has hired an architect to meet the requirements of code violation notices. I think if you look at the copy of the plans, you'll see that they are in keeping with the CHAP requirements. He was not permitted to make some of the changes that he was asked to make from the January hearing without getting permits. He has filed for a building permit, Mr. Jones asked. He has filed for a building permit. The building permit application is with Baltimore City to get these plans, which have been approved by the Neighborhood Association, to renovate the building. And I think that he's going to go a long way toward meeting the requirements of the code violations and address those code violations. The issues that are brought by Mr. Placker, I don't think are completely relevant to the operation of the establishment. And I think that's actually the main point. And I don't think rise to the level to take his license or not to permit the renewal of the license. The issues that relate to the code violations relate to the building, and he's made, I think, admirable steps to meeting those requirements and doing so in compliance with Baltimore City law and with the CHAP requirements. He's hired a licensed architect to do so. He's filed for a building permit. The building will be renovated. He's raised the funds to do so, and it'll be renovated as soon as the building permits are issued. The issues that are before the board, or at least the substantive issues that Mr. Placker has raised, are issues that are addressed by the new plans, which we'd like to have entered into evidence as an exhibit on our behalf, and the... Yes, please.
Now, the question is, how do we know he's going to do it?
How do we know he's going to do it? He's committed to doing it. I mean, if he gets hit by a bus, obviously life is unpredictable that way, but let's hope he doesn't.
So
And
you're saying
he'll-
today this board should be told that this work is going to be done?
Yes, this work will be done.
And how long a period of time?
It depends a little bit on how long it takes, not actual construction or a permit approval process, because I don't want to. I would say that about 6 months once the permit is issued. I can't control the permitting
Why
office.
so long?
It's a major renovation
What
to the
about
building.
stuff that's visible to the community?
The things that are visible to the community with regard to the signs in the windows, as the evidence indicates, the signs were taken down. I think there is a small
What about the
sign-
bricks, the painting, and the fact that the second floor shows liquor boxes right
Well,
up against
so
the
if we could-
windows?
if I could address that with
Go ahead.
testimony or by way of a proffer, the second floor is not actually the second floor. It's the part of the first floor space. But if you look at the pictures that are part of the board's record, there is a basement space on the neighboring property, but then his first floor is at a higher level, if you can look on those photographs. So the first floor windows on the neighboring property, if you could, the first floor, these are the first floor windows. Those are equal width. If this property had been structured as this property was, it would all be part of the first floor. The windows that we're talking about are here. It's all part of the first floor space. This is the second floor of the building, matching up with the second floor of the residential structure next door and the third floor of the building. So it's all on the first floor, which is part of the space that is rented by...
Can I see?
Those are your...
I see, and where's the rest of my pictures?
I think those are all, these are pictures.
Are
I
they
think
all
these
there?
might be Mr. Placker's.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So the liquor is stored in those spaces. With regard to some of the other things that have not been remedied, he actually is prohibited by law from fixing those. So without getting CHAP approval, he can't do the frosted glass, as an example, and replace the door and things such as that without getting the CHAP approval. I think with regard to the substantive issues that relate to the operation of the establishment, and I think that's the key here, the operation of the establishment, I think those substantive issues are either have been addressed by the removal of the signs in the windows, or are in process of being addressed by virtue of the plans that are now part of evidence with regard to the renovation of the property.
Well, here's just so you know what we're going to do. I'm first going to give him an opportunity to ask questions.
Sure.
But I want to rule on the issue that you keep bringing up as to the fact that the matters from CHAP through the Department of Housing are not relevant to the renewal of a license, and I disagree with you, and I'm going to rule that it is, because the operation of a license includes appearance.
I'm sorry, if I think before you issue the ruling, if I could explain, because I don't know that I made myself clear.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm not saying that the CHAP issues aren't relevant. What I'm saying is that they are relevant. So I'm agreeing with you that they are relevant. They're relevant in the fact that he can't just go out and hire a contractor to replace the window today. He can't go out and hire a contractor to replace the door today. They can't just go get a simple permit and say, I'm going to replace the door. They have to go through CHAP. And to get to CHAP, you need drawn up plans by an architect, which we have. So I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is that if he had gone about to make the changes that Mr. Placker suggests, he would then be in violation of CHAP. By getting the plans together, as we're doing, submitting them with a licensed architect
Okay, I misunderstood you.
through the neighborhood association, we are complying with CHAP. So
Okay.
it's our intention to comply with the CHAP
All right, now,
requirements.
do we have the plans marked?
Not yet.
Well, let's keep in mind, the plans that
like to
he's
see the
submitting,
plans.
Judge,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
these are not, if they're not stamped, they're not the final plans. Those plans could possibly be changed.
These plans have been submitted to the city of Baltimore. Any changes would be at their behest,
Have
and
they-
we'd
have
submitted,
they- Have they been stamped yet?
not by the, those were not by the city, but I do have, right down from the city.
Let me show, let me take this one.
You got to talk into the microphone, I'm sorry.
On the manifest, it's April 8th. These were just done yesterday.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so we did complete the drawings yesterday. It's been months of, since January 29th, when Mr. Walday was here last year, that he's been working with the architect. And so I do have a email saying you have successfully submitted your building permit application. And there's
Talk a
an
little
app ID.
louder.
There's an app ID, application identification number. So we did submit the application to Baltimore City to have the building permit issue based on those
All
plans.
right, now that's the exhibit number.
That's number 6, sir?
All
You
right,
can have
and
that
this
go
would be
along
number
with-
7.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
If I could raise some technical objections for the record with regard
Go
to
ahead.
the protest of renewal, that it's simply, that doesn't meet the requirements of the statute for 10 persons who live in the immediate vicinity.
That's
that-
out the window of this board. We
Okay.
we don't follow that anymore.
Okay.
So what
I've-
are your other technical objections?
For the record, I just wanted
Okay.
to state that, and that the individuals are not here, and that the individuals, there's no basis that the individuals.
No, anybody can come down and say anything they want.
I
We
appreciate
give weight to where they live, of course, and so
Of
forth.
course. And then 4 of the individuals live outside of the immediate vicinity.
Well.
But again, for the record.
Mhm.
Okay. And then we did have the opportunity to gain some signatures on our behalf. We'd like to have that entered as
Certainly.
Exhibit 8.
And what, do you want to tell us anything about them?
There are people who do live in the immediate vicinity. There are approximately 500 signatures of
And their
supporters.
position is?
They support the renewal of the license.
All right, mark it. All right, anything else?
That's it.
Any cross?
Yes, regarding the 500 signatures, how did you get those 500 signatures?
Wait.
You've been sworn.
Yes.
They're all sworn. Go ahead.
You can ask.
Yeah, those are the neighborhood they've been supporting us, and they live next door to us, and in the Mount Vernon facility, they signed for that.
He's asking a question.
So just to be clear, though, these are customers that came into your store, and you had them sign the petition?
Customer in the neighborhood, they live in the neighborhood.
But, just so I understand, were any of those signatures customers that come in and they buy liquor, and then you have them sign?
They come in and they always say, good morning, how you doing? The same, how you live neighborhood next door to us, those are the people that live in another area. I've been knowing them over 15 years, some of them.
Anything else?
Okay, yes. Who put on, whenever you put on the fog on the windows, who authorized that?
That was, it's been there when we purchased the property. Here's the thing, Your Honor, can I explain something? Last time when I was here, I didn't expect I'm gonna get a violation for housing code and stuff. I didn't explain myself very well because the property has been 2 years. I was struggling to get that property. He knows. Him and I, we talk. This property went foreclosure. And then finally I told him, now I don't want to leave this place. I'm about to lose my business because I have a family who depend on me and employees. And he said, I hope you're going to get it. And he just laughed and gave me a smile. So, but seriously, I'll complain everything you guys said last time. I was told to move their sign. I moved all the signs. I was told to clean, and I specifically had a talk with them because she suggested I should have a talk with him. Then I had a talk with him outside. He said, no, if you don't do anything I said, I'll make sure you're not renewing your license. I told him, Dave, why would you do that? You know I can't move everything. I got to go with a chop. So what I did is immediately I in touch with Mount Vernon Association. His name is Steve. I had met with Steve. He recommended the architect I could use. I called the architect. I paid almost $3,000 to get this done. It took me the whole month. I can't touch anything before I get approval and permit. But I was complying everything I did. But I was even willing to work with my community. My neighbor, he went to, I have evidence I can show you, Your Honor. He built a deck, went through my building. No, I have to tell them this. I've been working with my neighbor. I've been
Consult with your
patient.
lawyer. Your lawyer wants to talk to you.
Yeah, but this is
Wait.
what I did. Okay. But, I'm willing to work with my neighbor and with the association.
Okay, now wait for another question. Any other questions?
No, but I do, well,
Note, just a question. Do you have any other questions of this?
yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you have a second business at 17 West Middle Street?
No, sir.
You don't have Mint Cafe?
I don't know if Mint Cafe has nothing got to do with the liquor store.
No, just answer his question.
If
Yes,
I could
no.
explain by way of a proffer. So Mint Cafe is the back part of the building. It's technically known as 1829. 1129 Maryland Avenue, and yes, it is a second business.
It is
But
what?
It is a second business, but it's owned by a different company. It's not part of the liquor establishment.
Well, can we get to the point? Does he own the company that owns the Mid Cafe?
Yes,
Yes. So he's operating two businesses there.
that is true.
Okay, next question.
Is the Mint Cafe, does that business comply with CHAP?
Well, what's that got to do with this?
I don't know.
Wait a minute, wait. One of the reasons, one of the privileges of being chairman is I get to talk first.
It was
Is the licensed premises that's before us today have anything to do with this Mit Cafe?
No.
Okay, well then it's out of order. We have to stick to what we have before us today. Do you have any other questions of this witness? All right. Do you have anything else you want to bring up, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Any other questions of the commissioners before we vote?
I have at least one question. Have you communicated with CHAP about your efforts to make the changes that are required?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us about your communications with CHAP.
Okay. Met with Steve Sean from Mount Vernon Association. Immediately after I left the court, I called the next day. I can show you the email. I have a communication with them. And then I went up, I had a meeting with them. They saying, I met up with them. They came to the store. They point out something they don't want. You need to remove this. You need to fix this and that. So he gave me the architect. They recommend, they choose, work with the community. And I called that John. I met up with John, and I had that drawing done.
All right, so if we were to call CHAP right now and say, hey, CHAP, we got somebody here, they're saying that they're trying to comply with your laws and your regulations, it's Alexander Wold, Midtown Liquors, have you heard from him? What would they say?
They will say yes.
I'm asking him.
Okay.
They will say yes. Steve
Okay.
is the person. I communicate with him. I have the text message. I communicate with him and email.
And who is Steve?
Steve is a part of my running association.
I don't think he's understanding your question.
Okay, so when I say, have you spoken with CHAP, I'm talking
No,
about.
CHAP the city
Correct.
Yeah, I don't think he
No.
understands your question.
All right.
with the Mount Vernon. The one.
You have talked with people from the Mount
Vernon,
Vernon
yes.
Association?
Yes.
Okay.
So the architect that we hired from Manifold is going to be the person who's going to interface with CHAP.
And has that happened at all?
I don't know. He submitted the building permit, and obviously it'll go through the process to go to CHAP for approval.
Okay. I do, I just,
When you submit an application to have some work done in the CHAP area, there's a sign-off process. Various people have to sign off. And one of the group that will have to sign off on the application would be CHAP. So they will sign off on the application approving what they suggest that needs to be done.
okay, and so according to the manifest on these drawings, they were approved, a permit was issued, I think, yesterday.
No. It was the
It was applied
application.
for.
The application was submitted for approval, so it hasn't gone through the process yet.
You
But
just-
we're doing everything we can.
You just applied yesterday,
That is true, because the drawings just got finished.
and
We-
the hearing was today, is today.
Absolutely
Yeah.
true, but but Mr. Wolde didn't know about the extent of what he needed to do until he hired an architect who came in and told him, you've got a lot of work to do here. This is not a simple fix. So to renovate completely, frankly, the exterior of the building is going to take some time, and it took more than a month to get the drawings done,
Okay,
but
can I
the
stop
drawings
you?
were completed.
So I'm going to show you this photo that was taken this morning and ask you, when were these windows installed?
That window stalled because it didn't have a window.
Were they installed after the January 2015 hearing or before?
Before.
Okay, that's what I wanted to. Okay, thank you.
And that's on the second, it's apartment building over there.
Right.
It's not a liquor store.
That's not part of the liquor store.
Okay.
That's the apartment building above that he's renovating.
Got to talk
But-
loud when you talk.
I'm sorry, that's in the apartment building that's above the liquor store.
But it's in the building that he owns, that we've now established he owns, right? He owns the whole building. Does he? I mean, he owns the whole building, right?
I understand that.
Can you just say yes or no?
Yes, through entities, he owns the whole building.
He owns the whole building.
I understand that.
And, and then on the second floor, there's liquor stored on the second floor. Is that correct
No,
or not correct?
not correct.
Okay, all right.
The liquor's on
Thanks.
the liquor's on the first floor
Okay.
of the building, but it's in that sub-window area. If I could draw your attention to the area that is coincident with I'm sorry. The liquor that is in reference here is parallel to the first level. It's in this level. It's not on this level.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All right.
All right. And we've already gotten through what you want us to do and what you want us to do. Is that correct? Do you have
Yes.
anything further for
Nothing.
decision purposes?
Nothing further.
All right. Now I'm going to give the decision.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We do have one extra witness. I apologize. May I just have him briefly make a statement
Certainly.
on our behalf?
I think he needs to be sworn.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Your name, sir?
My name is Percy Jones. I live in 213 East Preston Street.
Mhm.
I have resided there now for 10 years. I've lived in this area for about 30 years. You're going to be able to tell from my voice that I'm incensed at a small group of people trying to destroy this man's livelihood. I haven't been in his establishment often. I was in there last Monday. A lot of times when I come back from the library or something, I'll make a stop there, okay? I've been there at different times of the day and night. I have never seen what the community customarily complains about. Big trash, people hanging around, drugs being sold, not only from the time that he's owned the thing, but even before when it was, sold, the 30 years that they've been there. I don't know how many people are on this list that you have. You questioned the ones that you had, right, being 300. When I was down at Liquor Board, I perused the file, okay? I saw something like 20 names that objected to this license. No, I was, okay. 20 names objecting to this renewal, okay? The the registered voters in this neighborhood is 1,117, okay? Now, I'm gonna use 20,000, I'm gonna use 200,000 people because we have the state of Maryland there, the other places where people back and forth, University of Baltimore, this kind of thing. If you do the math, this is 0.001%, okay, seem to have an issue with this gentleman, okay? The issues that I saw in the file were what we call cosmetic issues. They are not life safety issues from a real estate standpoint. There are things, and I couldn't understand, I understand now, these are things that could be easily corrected.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
This is way off.
Okay.
Stop.
Go ahead.
Stop. You're coming down here, you've been produced him as a witness, in which he's criticizing everything that has absolutely nothing to do with why we're here.
Very passionate, and I'll ask him to.
All right, well, let's get to the issue.
If you get to the issue about why we support Alex.
The reason I've never met the man, but the reason I support him is because I think his business is an asset to the community. I haven't seen any negativity there. They keep regular hours. If I come back from the library, I know his business is going to be open. I know what time they close. I've never had any kind of rude treatment or anything with him. And I think that the efforts that he's shown here to cooperate and have these things done with his business is exemplary.
Now you're going.
Okay,
now you're
but
getting
I'm, no,
off.
no,
Now
but I'm
you're
saying,
sliding off.
Okay, but I'm saying
before you're right on point.
Right. Well,
and here we go
no,
again.
No, but I'm saying from a neighborhood standpoint. Okay.
Yeah, you've already told us.
I
He opens on time.
Okay.
He doesn't cause any
Yeah.
trouble. All on point.
Okay.
Anything else on point?
I'm just saying, as a merchant,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I think he's done a credible job since taking over this
Fine.
business.
Here we go again.
Okay.
Stop.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we accept your testimony as to his operation, and I'm ready now for the decision. First of all, let me say in advance that CHAP regulations are enforceable. I'm not quite sure where you're coming from on that. And as a person who's operating a license, it may not be precisely in the code stating that CHAP is enforceable, but it's all part of the business of trying to live in a community where the community has decided to have CHAP enforcement. In fact, when I was a city council, I'm the one that passed the ordinance which made Mount Vernon a CHAP district.
We agree.
So naturally, I'm a little swayed in that direction, but the question is whether or not there's evidence for this board to deny him his license in the future, and I don't think there is. I think that it's healthful for you to come down, sir, and I point to the council who is asking for your denial, but not sufficient to toss him out of business. However, I think that this board, in my opinion, in my decision, part of the decision, and of course we have 2 more votes, is that he has obligated himself to comply with the CHAP regulations by getting an architect and paying for it and submitting it to this board. That means it's got to happen. Absolutely. And if at a later date, if we find out, in my opinion, speaking for myself, that it hasn't happened, then I would find it an issue. It could be brought up by the community as a separate issue as to whether or not his license is renewed. Do you understand what I mean?
We understand.
In other words, it's an obligation that he's assumed right here in front of us today, under oath, that he will do it.
Absolutely.
So on that ground, I vote that his license should be renewed.
Well, I too believe that the license should be renewed. I have experience in the permit process, and sometimes that process isn't user-friendly. Not that the process has any flaws in it, it's just that folks who walk in for the first time doesn't understand it, and you don't have all your information together. You have to go back and obtain more information. You have to go back to a legal person to get further information. You have to draw lines and redraw the lines. My point here is that the process can be very tedious, but once that process is completed, you will get that permit. And I do expect for you to follow through on every aspect of that permit that you need to follow up on. Like the judge, please don't come back before me again and let me find that you failed in this process. But today I'm voting that the renewal, the protest renewal doesn't live. I'm killing it.
Thank you.
So, a couple thoughts. Bottom line for me is that I agree that there's not enough reason here to deny the renewal, but I think that this objection of renewal process is important, and I'm glad that you're here and that you did protest, because that highlights for you the importance of the work that needs to be done and the absolute requirement that you comply with that and that the work get done. It's not lost on me that you said one thing when you were here in January and you're saying something different when you're here. When I got up to go to my cell phone, it's to go onto the State Department of Assessments and Taxation's website to see who is the owner. And even as you're testifying, we already had gotten the information very quickly as to who the owner is. And so there's no value in saying something that isn't true, because it's easily verified and it's easily challenged, and that's what we did. And it upsets me that you were here in January and you said something, because we based our decision about your license in January on the fact that you said you didn't own the building and that you couldn't make the changes, and that wasn't true. It simply was not true, and don't say anything. It just simply wasn't true. And, the one thing that I've said that really riles me is when people come before the board and they're less than candid and they flat out lie. And that's concerning to me. But you've got 2 votes that believe that your license should be renewed. I join in that belief. But I also very, very strongly encourage you to do everything you're supposed to do, because a license renewed can be a license revoked just as quickly.
You have our unanimous decision, sir.
Thank you.
And this goes in the evidence file. And this
Thank
is
you for
part of the
your
pictures.
efforts. This is all this.
We just went to the bathroom real quick before we started.
Yeah. Okay, hurry.
It's a lot. It's not necessarily organized.
I'm gonna put it all in cups.
Huh?
It's like itching cups.
I am going to
Or diapers. Why don't we get the rest of the people up here so we can get started when he gets back? Come on up, 5804. 5804.
York Road.
We're not going to start officially, we just want to get you up here.
Just want to get everybody together.
Who's going, you going to represent him?
I'll do it. That's all right.
I don't know, are you?
Yes.
How are you going to work it? No, we haven't started yet. I just want to know how you got a lot of people here?
I have 7 who want to testify.
7?
And I have some physical evidence. I thought I would do that first and then have people testify.
Okay. We'll start with Mr. Gadinsky first, and then we'll turn to you. And we'll swear everybody in that's going to testify. We have I have a tradition of allowing public officials to testify first.
Yes.
So I'm going to do that even before.
Let me get through my technical objections if I can first, because if you would ever rule in my favor that it doesn't belong here, then we can go on.
Well, I'm going to get to you. I just want to be able to let him go if he wants to. Do you have any objection to that?
No, who's going to say something?
Well, we can get done with Mr. Kanansky's technical objections.
Okay,
They're all.
you're not asking for any early, okay, fine, then we have no problem. You want to have your exhibits so we can get them marked?
Yes.
Tell her what your exhibit 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. And we'll mark the file exhibit 1. That'll be.
Yeah, I marked the file one, so I'm just gonna give you, you don't have to give it back to me, I've already marked the one for the file.
Okay. What's this one?
I guess one needs to go.
Mr. Cadency, yeah,
Was this 2?
that's number 1.
Oh, you said you missed the files?
Number 1.
Yeah, except I already I marked number 1.
Okay, so this
So this is 2.
2, yeah. I'll do 2.
Anything else? Any other exhibits? Let's get them all in.
Okay.
This is 3.
This is 3. Do you have one more?
What was one?
File.
The file.
File. Follow the case.
One file.
you don't have to help me keep track of the numbering.
Any more?
These are the petitions, which are actually already in the file. So
Yeah,
maybe it
copies
would
of the
be
petitions are already in the file, and you also had sent this one as well in the file. You had sent me a copy of this, and that's what I provided to Mr. Kudinski by email.
Well, so we can see them. We got to see them.
Okay.
Mark them,
I did.
even though they're repeated. What's this one?
That's number 4.
Mhm.
I've already marked it. And this one is number 5. That's number 5?
5.
And number 5.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
And then this is, I think, the last one.
Are you ready? Call the case.
I'll call it, no problem. This is Jeffrey Evans, Jamie Schuster, Ben and Tim. Trade name is Baker's Pub at 5804 York Road. A Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a protest of renewal under provision of 2B 10301A.
All right. Wait, you're first, of course. Your name?
My name is Becky Witt. I'm an attorney at Community Law Center. I'm here on behalf of the York Road Partnership, and we're protesting the renewal of the license at 5804 York Road.
Present your case. Swear all the witnesses.
Could I enter my appearance on?
Yeah.
For the record, Melvin J. Kaninsky, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the licensee.
I just automatically stamped you in.
I don't have 1 or 2.
I do have a couple of objections, but, you know.
So that's 2, sorry.
All right. Swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
For the record, could I make an objection for dismissal of the hearing on the following grounds? Number one, that the petition, the original petition that was submitted, that I received a copy of it, had 12 names on, which was the ones that were submitted prior to March 31st as provided for under Article 2B. So the other petitions that are submitted, I don't know that they can be considered as a protest of renewal under Article 2B because they had to have been submitted by March 31st.
They were submitted on March 31st.
Yes, they were stamped in.
But I didn't receive them. The only ones I ever received were the 7 that are here. Number 2, you have them stamped. Can I see if they were stamped in? Number 2, as far as the petitions that were submitted, they're all undated. And I would say that by law, you'd have to have them dated as to when the people signed them and whether they're referred to this particular hearing for this year's renewal. So they're undated. All the petitions are undated. Number 2, there's for under Article 2B, Section 10301, they must be fairly specific, and there's a lack of specificity in the documentation. There's no date, times, and places that are there on the thing. The situation with regard to items that are mentioned that came after the hearing in January, I'm objecting to because those matters were already determined by this board, and they were already, there was a suspension given of 104 days on that. Anything that is prior to April 1st of 2014 is in another year. It's not in the current renewal year. So I would object to any testimony that comes in or any exhibits we have to regard to that. We're only governed by the current year, which would be April 1st, 2014 through March 31st. So I would object to anything that comes in there, and I think for those reasons that it doesn't meet the standards of Article 2B, Section 10301.
Your reply?
As far as the date, I can certainly have, I think everyone on this side of the room is here to protest the renewal, and they can testify to when they sign.
You told me that these are the only people going to testify.
Well, certainly. Yeah, these are the people who are going to testify. I could bring someone else up who
Are you going to
collected.
Are you going to proffer as to the dates?
Absolutely, yes. They were
All right.
collected in March, mostly in February and March of this year.
Okay, go ahead with
And
respect to his other points.
With respect to his other points, I'm having a hard time remembering them all since there are so many. I think anything about his point regarding everything having to do with the current license year, there's nothing in Article 2B that says that you can only bring in incidents that have happened since April 1st. Was there another point that I'm forgetting? I can't remember.
There was a lack of specificity.
Well, I think if you look at the petition, I think it's pretty specific about the rules that have been violated and the specific conduct that violates those rules. We will certainly, the community members can testify about different times that they've seen those things happen.
My question is, there's no date, time, place, who, what, where, when, and why, as much as in a normal case, if they said that Commissioner Jones feloniously did something, and you're saying, okay, what does that mean? Feloniously did what, when? What did he do? When did it happen? How would he be able to defend himself if you didn't tell me exactly what it was that I'm supposed to be defending myself on? You just shotgunned me and said you violated Rule 3.02. Well, when? Tell me when it happened. Certainly, if you're presenting a case, you should know exactly when that happened and what you're asking the person here to come forward on.
We'll see where the evidence goes, and then we'll rule. All right, now, because you're the one bringing the protest,
Yes.
will you start first?
I will. So, I had an opening statement all
First
written
of all,
out,
since
but
we're now on the record, you are.
yes, Becky Witt
Mhm.
on behalf of the York Road Partnership. I think instead of giving a preamble, I'm just going to go right into the evidence because I think it speaks
Just
for
gonna do
itself.
what you're going to do. You don't have to tell us.
Okay, great. So I have a packet of letters that I've submitted that should be marked as Exhibit 2, and it has letters requesting the denial of renewal from various organizations and representatives. So the first one is from Councilman Bill Henry. Second one is from Loyola University of Maryland. Third one is from York Road Partnership. The Homeland Association submitted a letter, Greater Homewood Community Corporation, Belvedere Improvement Association, Mid-Govans Community Association, Elsinore Village Association, and a neighbor, Stephen Jones, who lives directly behind Favorites. There was also a letter that is in the file, but which I don't have in my packet, from the Govanstown Business Association, also requesting the denial of the renewal of.
Would this be an extra exhibit?
It's in the file, so it's part of Exhibit 1.
In what file? Number 2?
It's part of the case file.
Part of the original file.
I believe so, yes.
All right, go ahead.
So there's just a few things from a few of the letters that I'll highlight.
Well, that's one of the objections I have for the record.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to it.
Okay. So I think
And you
that
can renew it if you want.
the Homeland Association's letter in particular contains many specific examples of dates and times of different incidents that have happened in their neighborhood. So I'm looking at My page number is at the lower right-hand corner, from quotes from various community members, and it has the block that they live in and the general date of when each incident occurred. So just to remind the board, we were here for this address on January 22nd for a violation hearing for 2 incidents that occurred, one on October 25th, 2014, the other on December 4th, 2014, both of which found underage students drinking inside Favorites. And so the board made the decision to suspend the license for Favorites Pub on January 22nd and through the end of the license year, which has not occurred yet. So the bar has been closed since January 22nd. And a lot of the testimony that we have to submit today talks about the relief that community members have felt since the bar was closed and the lack of nuisance conditions that they've noticed right away since the bar has been closed. So I wanted to draw attention to page 11, which is when there are several quotes from people from Homeland saying that since the bar was closed, that they have had no incidents of violence or
See,
vandalism.
That's why I want to object. I can't cross-examine any of these instances or any of these people by having counsel just testify instead of putting evidence in.
I'm just
Now,
reading from the letter.
Yeah, you're reading from a letter that I objected to that I cannot, especially the Homeland Association. They refer to things happened before 2012, October 25th, 2010, makes no mention of my client's place. All these things are coming into evidence and I think I'm duty bound to object to it. I really have to.
Well, you may be duty bound, but I'm going to overrule your objection. And it's in accordance with the rules of procedure which I established when I became chairman. I'm going to allow people to come in and say what they wish to say and not restrict them, either as to time or location. The weight of the evidence, of course, depends on a lot of things. And for example, people who are closer to the bar would certainly be more effective than people who are further away, and so on. And things that happened a long time ago may not be true anymore, and I'm certain my fellow commissioners would watch all that. But overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
And I've read all your files.
Okay, great.
And I'm sure the other commissioners have too.
Great. So I will skip to the very last letter
That's a
then.
separate objection I have also to be reading it before it's made part of the evidence.
Oh, you mean that judges should never read their files ahead of time before they try their cases?
They shouldn't read person's testimony or
Even if it's an
exhibits that are
exhibit?
coming in, although it may not be, because it may not never make it into evidence. And sometimes you'll say, oh, that never made it into evidence, but I read it anyhow, so you got away with something that didn't come in.
No, but you know
So,
what judges do. They wipe it out of their mind.
Well, you would think that.
I think it was the policy of
Okay, well, go
previous
ahead.
boards to not do that.
Go ahead, man.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
so-
Mr. Kudinski and I have a long, long history, and sometimes we get a little off the record ourselves. Go ahead.
Okay, so just skipping to the very last letter from Stephen Jones. He was here on January 22nd as a community member testifying. He was not able to be here today because he had an important doctor's appointment, but he lives on Bologna Avenue, which is directly behind Favorites Pub, and I just wanted to highlight his testimony because he said that
Well,
things
let me
are
ask you,
100%
we're going
better.
to be here all day.
Mhm.
Are you willing to accept the fact that over your objection, that if these people were here, they would say what's inside their letters? If they read their own letter?
If they read their own letter and if
And-
they had some probative value where they connected it to my client's.
Well, the letter says what it says. That's
I know
all.
what I'm saying is, but I'm going to have to go to each one of these when I'm going to be talking to you. That's the reason why I object, because they talk about vandalism, and they don't say anything with regard to Favorites Pub. They talk about a windshield being broken, nothing about Favorites Pub. They talk about some drunk kids, they have nothing about Favorites Pub. They talk about 2 cars revealed, nothing about
Well,
Favorites Pub.
I'm gonna
So what
allow
you're
you-
doing, You're loading up on me without
Wait.
giving me a chance.
No, I'm going to give you a full
Okay.
chance.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is so that we can get to it, that if they were here, they would read their letter and that would be their testimony. And then you can then go ahead and take apart whatever you want to take apart in these various letters. Otherwise, we'll be here for weeks.
But if they were here, I would have a chance to cross-examine them. But I understand what you're saying.
Okay, well, I'm going to admit the letters based on that condition,
Great.
that there's now in evidence. So you don't have to go into detail. He
Okay.
may go into detail as to going back over the issues in the letters.
Okay,
I'm not
great.
going to prevent that.
So there is a separate letter, probably same objection,
Well, the letters are now on Exhibit
Okay.
2 are all in.
Exhibit 3 is also a letter, though, is what I was trying to say, from a current student at Loyola.
All right, that letter is in too.
Great.
Over my objection.
Over your
Over
objection.
the objection. And then I also, this was in the file, these 2 city paper articles. The woman in the college student's letter,
Wrote the story.
she wrote the response to the story.
That's
So-
in. Exhibit 4 is in.
Same objection.
Okay, overruled.
Okay. All right. So I'm not going to go into the details of those letters.
And go ahead, how about Exhibit 5?
Let's see.
City paper.
Right. So Exhibit 4 is the city paper article written by a different Loyola student, and Exhibit 5
Is another
is the
student.
response from the current Loyola student who wrote the letter that I just gave you.
All right, that's in. Over
Okay.
here's objection.
Those are all the letter-related exhibits that I have.
All right.
The next exhibit that you should have is, and I can anticipate the objection already, because it is before April 1st of 2014. But this is an incident report for a different enforcement action taken by Loyola University and the Baltimore City Police. This is a Loyola police report. And this happened on February 20th, 2014, where Loyola,
All I'm going to object is what if you're reading,
I'm just,
you're not putting in testimony, you're an attorney reading something. I need somebody to authenticate it and to be able to get in there.
Well-
I mean, I could just read a telephone book to you. That doesn't make it relevant. You know, if you're putting evidence in as an attorney, put evidence in. But don't read to me what's in here if I can't cross-examine it.
I will have a Loyola police officer authenticate it, and I guess I'll bring it up then. Would that be all right? Okay. What else do I have? And then I don't have a fire department official here to authenticate it, but
You
this
have
is
official
another.
report there.
Yes, official report from the fire department.
So what's your point?
And it goes to the public health and safety of this bar and for its own patrons and for the general public. So
Okay, are
when
you familiar with the report?
Then it was what you would consider back in your other hearing in January. That's what I'm objecting to.
Overruled.
I don't think this was in the file in January.
Wasn't?
So this was something that happened in January 2014. So it's the previous license year, but still recent enough, or within the past year and a half. And the fire department came and found blocked exits.
Can I object there? If
You have a
I'm gonna
continuing
read
objection.
the report,
I'm
then
not
I'm going
gonna
to
read
read
the whole-
what, it's not in the report. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of this is.
I'm not going to tell you what to do in your
Okay.
case. Overruled. She can continue.
Okay, so that's basically it. Blocked exits, extension cords used as permanent wiring, no exit lighting. And so it goes to the health and safety of this bar for its patrons, and there are
Yeah,
some
that's
photos
Exhibit 6,
involved.
is that right?
All right.
7? Okay, mark it.
The one final piece of paper that I will hand to you is a map of some of the petitioner's signatures from the petition that was submitted, the complete petition, which had 287 unique names and signatures. There are 290 signatures, but 2 people signed twice, and 1 person didn't provide an address. So I wanted to show where those addresses are in relation to the bar, because you've mentioned that as being relevant. So here's one. Let's see. I have 3 copies for each of you. The back side, so this Favorites Pub is represented by a yellow star. And all the flags are all of the different addresses that correspond to the people who signed the petition.
All right,
And as
mark
you
it.
can see, they're mostly along the route between Favorites Pub and Loyola University. And on the back, there's a close-up of,
I didn't see the back.
yeah, there's a back. There's a close-up
that?
with the names and the number in front of the name. Sorry, it's very small, so it might be difficult to read. But the number in front of the name is the number
On the
of
signature, on
the petition page. Sorry, it's hard to read. I just wanted to show that I'm not just putting flags on a map. This was made from a spreadsheet that was based on the petition.
It's an amazing effort that you're making here, if I may say so. All right, go ahead, sir.
The internet
ma'am.
is a wonderful place. All right, so those are all of the documents that I wanted to show you. And now I have testimony from various
Call your first
community
witness.
leaders. So first I wanted to call, sorry, I need to get myself organized. I wanted to call Councilman Henry first.
All right.
So Councilman Henry, could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Bill Henry. I'm the councilman for the 4th District.
And you submitted a letter for the file, correct?
I did.
And for how many years have you been a councilman in the 4th District?
Just over 7.
And for how many years have you been receiving complaints about Favorites Pub?
In my capacity as a councilman, just over 7.
Great. How many times would you estimate over those 7 years that you've met with Mr. Evans, the licensee, to discuss those complaints?
I can recall at least 4 specific instances, and by extrapolation, one of them was from a period where I believe we met more than once in a short period of time.
And have you ever noticed any improvements in the operation of Favorites Pub as a result of your meetings and your communication of the complaints?
I'm going to make an objection.
Because it's an opinion? Overruled.
And then it's a question, is an improvement as to what?
Yeah, well, I agree with you as to
Okay.
the form of the question. It's awful it's awful broad.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the complaints that you've received.
Why don't you get right to the point? Has he done a job or not that you complained about?
The only way in which the business has resulted in fewer complaints during my tenure from the council has been that as a result of the liquor board not issuing one-day permits to permit Craig's Fest to occur in the parking lot outside, I ceased to get complaints specifically on Craig's Fest.
So except for that,
Except for that. That is the way in which
well, you
I have
haven't
gotten-
you haven't told us what you complain about or anything.
Well, the complaints that the complaints that I received, and I guess I should assume this is up until the board closed the establishment in
Well, you
January.
can't complain about something
Right.
that doesn't happen.
Let's see, complaints I've received involve the trash, not just immediately around the establishment, also pools of vomit on Sunday morning when people are walking by or coming to church. Patrons leaving the establishment and returning back to Loyola by way of walking through Homeland, where they walked on cars and smashed windows of cars, urinated on property, and I'm trying to think if there is another specific property damage complaint that I can't remember if we made reference to it previously. Might be in my letter.
So did Mr. Evans contact you last week?
He did.
And why did he contact you?
I was contacted by Mr. Evans and by the property owner to discuss the possibility of changing the business model from one that did not focus on college students to something that would be more community friendly.
So did the licensee then present that plan to change or improve his business?
So we convened a meeting earlier this week with community leaders and our council, and we discussed the idea of changing the business model, bringing in a new operator, but there were relatively few specifics, and the point was made that within the relatively short period of time between that conversation and today's hearing, it was going to be difficult to draw a legal instrument that would be binding to the point where it would create the same level of comfort for the community that a simple denial of renewal
Ms.
would
Witt,
give.
it's not before us. A new model is not before us. It's all
Right.
immaterial.
Well-
Got to deal with what we have.
Exactly.
So all this
Agreed.
is
Okay.
nice to hear and so forth, but it's got nothing to do with it.
Okay. All right. That is all the questions I had for Councilman Henry.
Thank you.
All right, next,
Oh,
when
he
it,
has
we'll
cross-examination.
cross-exam.
And you mentioned that you met with Mr. Evans 4 times. Those 4 times include the 2 times that you just recently met with him?
One of them would count as the 2 times recently because I made reference to sometimes I would meet with him more than once in a short period of time, and I tend to think of that as one time. There was also a period back in, I believe, 2010, where we met multiple times around the issue of the Craig's Fest one-day liquor licenses, and I'm pretty sure we met once during the period when Murphy's license was being transferred to the Lord's Lane and York Road location.
I don't think they understand where Murphy's is right next door. There's another place right next door.
It's on the other side of the church, yes.
And along with that, when you met with him, as you mentioned about Craig's Fest, which was an event they had, he complied and they stopped having Craig's Fest, is that correct?
I believe I stated that.
Okay. And number 2.
Although, actually, the one thing that I believe there is, I'm not going to say confusion on. I think that the community was told one thing and perhaps Mr. Evans feels another. We were told by staff at the liquor board, staff and board at the liquor board at the time, the community was told that the board had told the licensee that they would not be granting any more one-day licenses for this event. I understand Mr. Evans' position that he never applied for the license after
that.
we had the conversation. From the community's perspective, our perception is that he didn't apply because he was told that it wouldn't be granted.
You know who told you that from the board?
Yes, I do.
Who was it?
Am I required to answer?
You brought it up. I mean, who's it told you from the board then?
Okay. It was Steve Fogelman, who was the chair at the time.
Okay, and when these issues that you're talking about, that people were walking and vomiting, when did they happen? How far away were they from Favorites when they happened? Or do you know?
For the pools of vomit? The pools of vomit are in the parking lot immediately adjacent to Favorites because that is where the congregation coming to Holy Grounds Faith Ministries on Sunday mornings would have to avoid them.
And
So
is
it was
there any
immediately next door.
Is there any other place close to that parking lot besides Favorites?
Well, there's, I believe, a landscaping company on the other side.
How about Murphy's? How close is Murphy's to the parking lot?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm asking. I'm not saying anything right now.
There is now another establishment there.
Okay. And the persons who were doing this, you're saying were Loyola students?
I'm not sure that I can say that.
No, but that's who people told you they were?
Yes.
All right. And then there was a complaint made to Loyola also?
Well, I can't.
If you know. If
Yeah,
you don't
I
know
can't
it,
attest
I
to
know.
that.
You don't know?
If there was a complaint made to Loyola.
That their students were puking and urinating and...
Well, I know several complaints were made to Loyola, and Loyola shared the concerns of the complainants that this behavior was being allowed to continue.
Do you know if
Or
any...
at least that's what they were
was
expressed
any-
in the joint meeting.
Was any action taken by Loyola that you know?
I believe that they're supportive of denying the renewal of the license.
No. With regard to the students I'm talking about, not them. Was anything done with the students that were urinating and vomiting and all that kind of stuff?
I'm not sure if this is on the record at the January hearing, but federal law prohibits Loyola from disclosing with the community or the public at large the specifics of what discipline they confer upon their students.
You say there's a federal law that says they can't tell what they did. Or you say, or the law says they can't tell who they did it to?
I'm
Okay.
merely
I mean, if you
repeating what
don't know, I'm not
Loyola
gonna
has
ask you in
said
an area you don't know.
during the
How many
meetings
times
we've
did
had.
you meet with the landlord during all these 7 years that you've been a councilman?
Just twice in the last week.
So before that, no.
Before that, no.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, Chris Forrest? Could you state your name for the record, and could you spell your last name, too?
It's Christopher Forrest, last name Forrest.
And you are the president of the York Road Partnership, correct?
That is correct.
How long have you been the president of YRP?
Going on 2 years.
And how long have you been receiving complaints about favorites?
Going on 2 years.
And what kind of complaints, not to duplicate the councilman's testimony too much, but what kind of complaints have you received?
The concerns that were received were, again, underage patrons and favorites, safety concerns with safety as far as the students coming out inebriated and in the streets, and also damages and vandalism as far as when they left the area. It was pretty much indicated based on hanging with favorites.
So how many times would you estimate that you've met with Mr. Evans to discuss those complaints?
Solidly, I know for a fact I met with Jeff twice in regards to this. One time we met in the morning at Greg's Bagels with Bill Henry. We met with Jeff to talk about that and talk about concerns, and he actually met Stephen Jones at Greg's Bagel to bring about concerns that we're having in the community and how we could work together to address those.
And what did the licensee tell you about whether or not he would be responding to those concerns?
He always presented as he was open for the discussion. Very cordial, yeah, we'll work it out, or we'll look into something, but there wasn't really any action that was identified.
And that's all the questions I have for Chris.
Just glad you're over there today, so you're feeling better. Right?
A little better. You still hear it in me. I'll get a little closer to you if you like.
No, that's okay. Now, during the time that you had discussions with Mr. Evans, you say that he was cordial and he talked to you. Did you ever talk about security people?
Yes.
And he was open to providing security people?
When I met we talked about security both when Bill and I met with him in the morning, and also when I had a meeting with Jeff, as well as you guys mentioned Murphy, the owner, Robert Weiner. We went over talking about security and the concerns to address those. Specific, how many security?
You're a little too close to the mic or something.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can't hear you, but you don't hear the other either.
We talked about security and specifically where security should be located to try to address some of the concerns that the community had.
That's because Murphy's and Favorites are right next to each other. Is that correct, with a little space in between?
At the time, Murphy's wasn't there yet, but yeah, Murphy's was moving into to that location.
Okay, and then there's an alley alongside of Murphy's that goes back up into the...
That is correct.
And then behind Murphy's and Favorites, there's like open area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So it's common basically to both establishments.
But it is common both established, but Murphy's wasn't there yet.
Okay. Now, how long has Murphy's been there?
Murphy's only been there, I think, with maybe going on a year.
And along with regard to this damage and vandalism, do you know as a fact that who did the damage and vandalism, or just somebody just told you something?
I don't know for a fact who did the damage.
And you don't know for a fact that the Jeff Evans, the licensee, and his employees did the vandalism?
No, sir. I don't know for a fact.
I have no
they
further
did.
questions.
Okay. No. Lisa O'Reilly is the next person. Thank you, Chris. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Lisa O'Reilly, Lisa O'Reilly.
And where do you live in relation to Favorites Pub?
I live on Homeland Avenue, the corner of Homeland Avenue and Crowson Avenue. Homeland Avenue, the old part of Homeland Avenue, before Woodburn was built. So it's just on the edge of Homeland, on its way down to the Loyola residences that are now called Ranner Village. So it's at the back of Govan's Manor.
Are you in the building?
I'm not actually, no. There are 6 houses. I'm not in Homeland either, no, sir. There's 6 houses that were built at the turn of the century, actually. So they're there for a very long time, long before a lot of this. But the important aspect for where I live is that I live on the corner, 1 block off York Road, and the corner of Crowson Avenue, which is a safer way to get to Loyola than going along the main road of York Road, where a number of times students have been mugged, beaten up, or jumped.
And we heard from you in January 22nd, about the impact of favorites, but could you give a summary of the things that you have personally seen and experienced from Favorites Pub patrons?
Sure, and this is all prior to Murphy's moving in too, which I would like to publicly state that anything that I say is to do with the time before Murphy's was adjacent to Favorites, just in case there's any sense that the activities that I'm going to describe could be attributed to anybody else but Favorites. And the reason I say that too is because I've also witnessed the same people leaving Favorites and then appearing in and around my street. That's what I need to say too. What I witnessed from my own house is a noise, very drunken noise at around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, so much so that oftentimes I've had to literally lean out the window and tell people, there are people living here, do you mind? That's 1. 2 is I don't experience vomit in my garden because I'm sure they've already emptied themselves before they get to my place. I'm about maybe 50.
I guess I could object to that. I mean,
I don't.
Might as well for the record.
I don't. At least it's not in my yard. So, but what is in my yard, though, are empty bottles. There are also people who have urinated in my yard. There are also people who have also had large-scale public arguments because they are so drunk. Also, what I've witnessed outside Favorites at maybe 1 or 1:30, which is closing time, I think, or emptying out time, is, and I described this in January, is a very dangerous situation where taxis will roll up to the front in a line, fill with patrons, and then do a massive U-turn in the middle of York Road, which is a 2-lane or 4-lane highway. Now, the police in the past have done their best to alleviate that dangerous maneuver by putting bollards in the middle of the street. However, in my time, the volume of young people coming out onto that very wide footpath has oftentimes had me to slow down perceptively and sometimes almost have to drop gear very quickly, which is dangerous for me if there's somebody behind me, even though it's a 25 mile an hour area. Lastly, I think, and this is probably the most important thing, is I've also witnessed young people coming out of there so inebriated on their way home, they actually cannot walk a straight line into the middle, and I'm afraid they'll fall into the middle of the street. And I've seen them leave your establishment, sir, and come out doing that. And that, to me, is probably the most dangerous thing of all. There are other aspects about Favorites that we could talk about in terms of things that might be out of their control, but when you serve young people to the extent that they are actually incapable of walking safely out of that building, that to me is irresponsible.
So since Favorites license was suspended on January 22nd, have you noticed an improvement in those conditions?
Out of Favorites, yes.
And do you believe that the health and safety of your neighbors would be improved if this liquor license renewal was denied?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Let me just ask you a couple. You gave basically the same testimony at the hearing in January, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the hearing in which the board gave out the suspension, correct?
The one difference I have is that wasn't able to testify to the safety of my neighborhood since then, and now I can. So that's the big major difference.
So there's no problems in your neighborhood now since Favorites closed?
Not from Favorites, no.
No. But where is it from then?
I don't know.
But you're still having the same problems.
I didn't say
I'm
that.
asking the question, are you having the same problems
Having the same problems about...
that you were just testifying to?
No, I haven't actually.
So you're not having any problems then?
I didn't say that.
What
I said
kind of
I'm not
problems are
having
you
the
having then? Let's put it that way.
I'm not having the problems in my front yard to the same extent that I did since Favorites closed.
But you're having some problems.
Sure, like anybody.
Okay. And then you had mentioned that about the serving. Did you actually see the licensee or any of his employees serve any of these people?
No, because I couldn't get in there. I'm too
Well,
old.
the answer is no, you did not.
No. I once tried to actually go
But
to
the answer is
favorites,
no.
but
You
I
keep
didn't
going
feel like
on.
I was
mean,
able
I'll
to
just
be
keep
in there.
asking questions if that's the way you want to
And
talk.
I'll keep answering them the way that you're asking
Okay,
them.
that's fine. And then with regard to York Road's a main thoroughfare, is that correct?
That is, yes.
There's a lot of establishments on York Road, both liquor and non-liquor, and restaurants and movies and so forth.
Sure.
So it would not be unusual for a lot of people to be walking up and down York Road one way or the other?
Yeah, but not as intoxicated as they used to be.
Right. But you haven't
Or
seen
ever.
them ever serve a person that was intoxicated, have you?
I'm sorry.
Have you seen them or any of their employees serve anybody who was intoxicated? That's my question.
No, unless they
Well,
brought
that's it.
it.
That's all I want to answer, yes or no. That's
Unless
it.
they brought the drink in themselves, sir.
Wait a minute, first of all, let her answer her question, even if you're dissatisfied with the fact that she goes too far. No, go ahead and answer your.
Yes, Judge. Unless the people, the young people, bring in the alcohol themselves into that building, serve it themselves to themselves, and then fall out drunk by their own hand, then the only assumption I can come to is that they were served alcohol in the premises. Now, I don't know how more clear I can be about who served them alcohol.
Well, maybe I can clear this up for you.
Sure.
Did you see them go in?
Yes.
Did you see them go in when they were drinking or not drinking?
I didn't see them go in intoxicated, no.
And when they come out intoxicated, you knew they were intoxicated because you gave them a test, the way they were walking?
Oh, sir, come on. Come on.
Well, come on. You tell me, come on.
Do you know how it is when you are drunk? I don't know how drunk you get, but I certainly
well, I
can
don't get
understand
drunk,
when
and
the
I'm
person
not here
is.
to answer questions. Well, she's
Sir-
asking me a question, and I'm not giving her an answer.
Well, here's
You
the
don't
bottom
have
line.
to- Just a minute. You
Sorry.
don't have, counsel, come on. Please, let her answer the questions, even if you don't like it.
If you want to record this argumentative, I gotta let her know.
But then you can say so after she's finished and make a motion to strike or do whatever you want. Go ahead, ma'am.
Can I just add one more thing before we go any further?
There's no question.
Well, there is a question, which is, do I understand what an intoxicated person looks like?
And you answered it.
I do.
And do you know if they or any of them were taking drugs besides?
No, I don't.
You don't know the names of any of those people either, do you?
No.
And along with that,
Should I, though, sir? Should I know the names of these people?
Whoa, wait for a question.
Sorry.
Wait for a question. Any other question?
have you had any discussions with Mr. Evans?
No.
Did you even know who owned the place?
Yes, I do. I'm on the leadership of the York Road Partnership, so yes, I'm fully abreast of what is happening.
And the people who you were saying were taking cabs posed a problem on York Road?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
People who were taking cabs on York Road were posing a problem?
Yes.
Okay, because they were taking cabs? Or
No,
because cabs were stopping to pick them up?
No, the volume of traffic to serve the volume of patrons leaving the establishment would be a worrisome thing at 1 o'clock in the morning if you're driving by, which I do on a pretty regular basis.
So cabs don't pick up people from the movie or from Murphy's?
No,
or
I'm
what?
specifically talking about the
I know
7 or 8 or 9 cabs that regularly used to wait outside
No
favorites.
further questions.
Thank you, Lisa.
Anything, any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next question.
Okay, next person is Helen Brazil. Helene Brazil.
Last name?
Yes, could you spell
Brazil, Breazeale. First name has an E on the end, so it's Helene.
HELENEBREAZEALE. Let's go.
Correct.
it? And Ms. Brazil, where do you live with respect to Favorites Pub?
I live at the Villages at Homeland West, and I'm the president of the board of directors.
And what complaints have you received
Oh.
from your constituents as a result of Favorites patrons?
Well, it's
Objection to the form of the question. And something a little more time specific and
Okay. In the past year or two, what kind of complaints have you received?
the same that we've been receiving since 2009.
Okay. Could you talk about some of those?
Yes, the residents call me and they say something has to happen. And the guards, we have guards at night at our at a gatehouse in our property, and they just raise their hands that they can't do anything. These kids come in stumbling all over themselves. They're drunk, they're loud, they're obnoxious, they're urinating, they're throwing up. And the taxi cabs that keep coming and bringing some others is just, it creates a mess for us. Back in September of 2009, I addressed the North Baltimore.
Objection as to things from 2009.
Well, because this is being.
Just for the record, I'm not,
She's, okay.
I addressed the North Baltimore Neighborhood Coalition, of which we are a member, and brought this to their attention. And it was suggested that as a coalition, we couldn't do anything collectively, but as a neighborhood, we could write a letter, which I did. I wrote a letter to the Liquor Board November 17th, 2009, to Ms. Schroeder. I never received a reply. And this was we implore you as the Board of Liquor License Commissioners for Baltimore City not to issue and extend a liquor license to Favourite's Pub for any such events now or in the future. And then I wrote another letter, September 7th, 2010, to say how much nothing has been done and the situation has just gotten worse. And then Bill Henry stepped in and called a meeting of the neighborhoods in the coalition and with Jeff, and we had 2 such meetings, and he was very unaware of anything that we were talking about at that time. And since after that, the Loyola attorney sent a letter to the liquor board explaining all the trouble that they
I'm going to
are
object
having
this to a letter
too.
from somebody who's not even here.
All right, so
She's not complaining.
let's, you can, why don't you submit all of those documents
Sure.
to the commissioners as a packet?
You
Yeah.
said the gate people couldn't control.
Oh, there's one guard.
Well, listen to me.
Okay, sorry.
Do people live inside these students live inside your community?
Yes, we have 207 units.
So they're coming home?
Yes.
From the bar?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Next question.
At our meeting with Jeff in July of 2010, we brought up all the problems that he was unaware of, but he did tell us,
You're talking about with the owner?
yes, he did tell us that they have 140 kegs times 125 drinks from one keg times 1,000 attendees, average 17+ drinks per person. And many of these, that's a lot, I think. Many of these young people are underage. Well, I won't say even if they
So-
were overage, it would.
So have you noticed a decrease in complaints since January 22nd?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We don't hear anything now. It's a pleasure. I mean, we have problems with the students because we are a condominium and we are resident owners. Unfortunately, a person and some other people have bought up many units and they rent them to Loyola students. And this has created havoc in our community. And to top it all off, to have this event twice a year when, I mean, it makes,
Well, listen to the question. The question
Yes.
is now,
Now.
what, if any, troubles do you have as a result of that bar with respect
No.
to the residents who live in your community?
no,
So there's been no complaints since January 22nd?
right, no.
Or fewer, okay.
Mhm.
And so are you asking the commissioners to deny the renewal of this license?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So you had one conversation with Mr. Evans?
No, we had 2.
When one was
The
in
first
2000
one, he was unaware of what we were talking about, and we had, and then the second one, which is documented in this document that everybody received who was at the meeting, outlines that in good faith, he was going to make sure he had EMTs there on scene. They had porta pots all around the back, which was totally insufficient, and they were going to address that. And they were going to raise the age limit to 21 instead of 18 to serve alcohol. And there are several other things that they promised that they would do.
So you're talking about Craig's Fest, when they had Craig's Fest?
Yes,
So that's when they had Craig's Fest, they stopped doing Craig's Fest?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And number two, these 270,
207 units.
207,
Mhm.
a lot of them are occupied by Loyola students,
Well,
some of them.
some.
Okay. And you refer to them as kids.
Well,
Are they young adults?
anybody who's younger than I am is a kid.
Is a kid.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe younger, I'm not gonna get to my age. Okay. And along with that, other than that one conversation you had with Mr.
We had
Two,
Mhm.
I'm sorry. You haven't talked to him since then. When was the
No.
last time you remember talking to him?
Was it the second meeting that we had?
2010?
Yes, July 21st, 2010.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Levon Banks. So could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, Levon Banks, Levon, Banks, Banks.
And where do you live in relation to Favorites Pub?
I live in the village of Homeland West.
And so what have you experienced as a result of patrons from Favorites in your community?
Well, I'm not sure where the patrons are from, but I can only testify to what's happening in the area. And I have noted that there are late at night, normally on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, that the students come in, and a lot of times they are intoxicated. You can smell the liquor as they go through the hallways. And also, I was one night sitting in my apartment. I have French doors on the front. And there was a girl that came in with 5 or 6 other girls holding her up. And the one girl fell down the steps, a flight of 5 steps. You know, she was very
I'm really gonna
intoxicated.
object. I don't know what the relationship nexus is with the licensee.
All right. So since the bar has been closed January 22nd, have you noticed a decrease in those kinds of incidents?
Indeed so. You don't hear the loud noises like they used to come in. I learned not to go to bed before 3 o'clock in the morning, because if I did, I was assured that I would be awakened between the hours of 1:30 and 3 with the loud noises.
But since January 22nd, it's been quieter.
Been much quieter.
Great.
Much quieter.
So are you asking the board to deny the renewal of this license?
Yes.
Now, Samai?
Yeah.
Ms. Banks, with regard to the building you live in, how many units are in your building?
There's
About.
6.
Okay. And are any of them have students in them?
Yes.
With half, 2,
Half.
half? And as you were quite candid when you said you didn't know where some of these people were coming from. You couldn't say they were coming from Favorites or Murphy's or somewhere else.
No, have no idea where they were coming from.
So the 5 or 6, the girl that fell down 5 or 6 steps, you had no idea where she came
Have
from.
no idea where she came from, but I know she was very intoxicated.
And you knew that she was a student.
Yes.
Okay. And along with that, had you ever had any discussions with Mr. Evans, the licensee, this gentleman right here?
I know.
Have you ever been in Favorites?
No.
Okay. And you say how far away from Favorites is your apartment? Half a block, 2?
Quite a distance, I would say probably about half a mile.
Half a mile?
Yeah.
And then you said, I don't know if you said, how long had you lived in that?
I've been there going on 3 years.
And during that same time, there were always students that lived in that building about the same amount all the time?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. So the next person, I have two more. Detective Abraham Gatto. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Detective Abraham Gatto, last name is Gatto, first name Abraham.
And what's your assignment?
I am a undercover in the Vice unit, Baltimore City
And
Police Department.
how are you familiar with Favorites Pub?
I have two prior violations with Favorites Pub, each time involving Loyola students, one being an employee, the other time being 4 patrons, all consuming alcohol illegally.
And can you tell the board how the area has changed in your experience as a police officer working in that area since January 22nd when the bar was closed?
After the hearing that was in January, as usual, as practice in dealing with any type of criminal activity or violations, police often wait to see if some other establishment or person tries to pick up and take up where the one just got clipped. And I waited and waited and waited for Murphy's, for Bosphorus, and the other surrounding liquor establishments to begin taking the proceeds that Favorites has been taking for, I believe, 10 years off of illegal underage drinking.
Objection.
And it didn't happen. And I know a lot. All this is in the past, and Counselor's going to say this is the past. What I want to say about what we have here today, and what happened, what was memorialized on January 22nd, wasn't just a hearing. It was Baltimore City Police Department, Loyola College and Police Department, and the community all coming together to deal with a common problem. And it got dealt with. And the problem and the cancer is gone. And if this license is renewed, it's going to help one person. And this is just a portion of the people that it's going to hurt. They're not all here today. They can't be. They work. Some of them are elderly. And we eradicated a problem. And that's where we are today.
Thank you.
And when you were here, you testified in January
I did.
about almost the same thing, correct?
No, my testimony was very different that day.
You didn't testify to any of these things, then?
I testified to this one single case. The other case wasn't even needed. We had enough evidence.
You're saying we. Who's the we?
Well,
You had evidence, or, I mean, I don't know who the we is. When you say we, I don't know. the whole-
evidence was my case folder. Loyola PD, various members of the community.
All right, and then, do you deal with the Loyola PD on a current basis?
I do.
Are there any problems over there now with people drinking?
Not with Craig's Favorites, no.
No, that's the one I didn't ask you.
Well, as I testified, I've been in the area over and over again. Bosphorus, Murphy's, the other 2 locations where I thought things would occur, haven't occurred yet.
Yeah, but they're still having problems with underage drinking, is that correct?
Not that I know of, no.
Not that you know of. All right, and then you said you mentioned this 10 years. Would you be surprised to say there was no cases brought by you or your department before January of 2015?
I can only testify as to what I did when I came to this unit.
But you didn't bring any cases before this board before that date, did you?
I was not in this unit. I was working in drug units.
Had you ever met with Mr. Evans?
I did one time.
When was that?
It was during the violation of his employee who I caught drinking illegally, Loyola student.
And was he cooperative with you?
He said, "This is an outrage." He fired the young man on the spot, and then I believe the next day, the case that was brought by Loyola PD happened.
Were you inside of Favorites on any particular date after January, before January of?
What particular date did you say?
January 22nd, 2015.
That was the hearing date.
All right. When you were in there at any time prior to that?
I was.
Other than the time when the fellow was drinking illegally?
I was in there once for the case that was heard
Mhm.
on the 22nd, and then once for the case where I just advised that I spoke to your client.
Okay. But before that, you were not?
No.
Okay. So prior to that, you made no arrest
I've never made any arrests there, no.
Never. So, and you never witnessed any people being served other than this one fellow that was drinking, is that correct?
No, I only had to go in there 2 times and make cases.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. And my last witness is Robert Maglia from the Loyola Police Department.
My name is Robert Maglia, Maglia, Loyola University Campus Police.
Mr. Maglia, how are you familiar with Favorites Pub?
I'm the investigator with Campus Police Department, so all Loyola University police cases come across my desk, and I examine them.
And can you testify to any difference that it has made for the Loyola community that Favorites has been closed since January 22nd?
Yes, I can. We did an examination of our computerized database for police incident reports, Loyola police incident reports. And what we did, we compared, we took the date of the raid, the date of the raid, which was in October. We compared the number of alcohol-related events before the raid date to the number of alcohol-related events after the raid date, and it's approximately a 2-month period after and a 2-month period before. Before the raid, we had 41 alcohol-related events reported to Loyola, and after the raid, there were 14.
So is it fair to say that the closure of Favorites has been a positive influence for the health and safety of Loyola students?
Yes, most definitely.
Is there anything else that you would like to share with the board on that
No, ma'am.
subject? Okay. Cross.
Now, when you say that you take incident reports on each of the establishments that the students were allegedly at?
Yes.
So tell me, how many places do you take incident reports from other than Favorites?
Probably 10 more around the Loyola neighborhood, up at Belvedere Square, downtown bars. So probably about 10 that are the routine drinking establishments for our students.
All right. And these are students who you're saying that regularly go to these other places other than Favorites that have some sort of alcohol problem you do an incident report on?
If it comes to our attention, yes.
Okay. And you said that prior to October 24th, you had 41.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And where do they all come from?
That was the total incident reports of alcohol problems. I'm not sure where they actually came from.
All right, so you don't know to whom they were attributed specifically.
That's correct.
After October, but before January the 22nd, we had this hearing, it dropped down to 14.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And after January of this year, did you still keep incident reports?
Yes.
Do you know how many you had since then?
No, sir, we did not analyze that data, no.
But you have had them.
Oh, yes.
And you have had, they're alcohol related?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And along with it, when the incident report is done at Loyola, is it forwarded to the police do you have any kind of forum there with the students, council, that they look at people who are allegedly underage drinking?
We cooperate with Baltimore City Police Department with underage drinking, yes.
All right, and what do they do at Loyola about it?
We would turn the information over to the Loyola Student Life Department, which has a hearing and decides whether or not to punish or not punish the student.
Do you participate in that?
No, sir.
So all you do is give them the report?
That's correct.
Have you ever had any discussions with Mr. Evans?
No, sir.
Is there any reason why you did not?
I never thought there was any reason to meet with Mr. Evans.
But you had some indication that some of the students were going to his establishment?
Yes,
Okay. And you knew that because the students told you that?
that's correct.
But you have never witnessed them there drinking?
No, sir, I never have.
And you've never witnessed anybody being served there?
No, sir.
And you have shuttle buses, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Don't they drop them off right there on York Road, the students?
No, sir.
They don't? You sure?
Well, we drop them off on York Road, but that's at the Transportation Building Headquarters, which is 5104 York Road, not at the establishment in question, no.
So the establishment's only a couple blocks from there, though.
Right, he's at 5804.
Wait a minute, I can't have people talking from the back.
Right, the
People are
estab-
talking right from the back. I mean, he's gonna holler and I'm gonna holler. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The establishment is at 5804 York Road, I believe. The shuttle buses, and at 5104 York Road, which is the Transportation Building Headquarters
And
for Loyola.
where do they generally take them?
Throughout the Loyola campus and up to the Ridley Athletic Complex on Cold Spring Lane.
But no place other on York Road?
No, sir.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, sir, so, thank you. I just wanted to submit this sign-in sheet of community members who are here present, who are asking that the liquor license not be renewed, and I just have one copy, so. And also, if you're, I don't know if these pages have everyone, some people might have come in, so if you're here today asking the board to deny the renewal of the license, would you please just stand so the board can see you?
How many people are standing?
I'm not sure. I think there were 34 on the sheet.
Well, let's count them.
All right, just one, two. Let's do it.
1,
2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12,
13.
14, 15,
16, 17,
18,
19.
20,
22.
21, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 33.
34.
And then Detective Gatto wasn't counted, so 35. That's 35. Thank you.
All
Good
right,
sit
now,
down.
let me ask you, Council, what's their position?
Their position is that they're asking that you deny the renewal of the liquor license at 5804 York Road.
And do they live in the community?
Yes, they have their affiliation on the sheet, so you
Are
can look through.
Introducing that?
Yes, sir.
All right, that'll be the next exhibit.
So they have their addresses and which neighborhood or institution they're affiliated with.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, from your knowledge of the petition, is anyone outside the community on that list?
On this list?
Yes.
I guess Detective Gatto, he does not live, he works in the community. Derek Weston, he works for Greater Homewood Community Corporation, and he's a community organizer, but he does not live in the
And
community.
somebody behind you?
Mr. Maglia does not live in the community. He works for Loyola, and 2 more people work for Loyola but do not live in the community.
All right.
I think that's everyone. Oh, and then one person who also does work in the community for Councilman Henry's office but does not live near the community. So that was about-ish 5. Well, he's not here, so. So that was, I think, 5 or 6 out of 35 who don't live in the community, but they have connection to the community through their employment.
My objection is what the community is for a definition.
Okay.
Well-
What do you associate as the community?
The community is anywhere close enough to have an impact from Favorites Pub. I don't think Mr. Kudensky has any community people on his side, so.
Not the question.
Would this community be Homeland and so forth?
Yes,
And what
yes.
else?
So Homeland, Mid-Govans is on the east side of York Road, but there's still some impact there. Belvedere Improvement Association is just to the north, as is Elsinore Village Improvement Association. The Villages of Homeland is another community that's impacted. Radnor Winston is another community that's impacted, which is, and Lake Evesham is also, people from Lake Evesham are also present. All right. Nobody?
No more
talk
what?
to me.
shouting out from the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, are you adopting the record of the hearing of the 23rd of January?
The 22nd, yes.
22nd, I mean.
Yes.
And
That's certainly part of the issue, all the underage drinking that happened at those 2 incidents that we talked about on the 22nd.
My objection to that is, and that's an issue that's already been heard and determined, and in which there was a certain amount of punishment that's already been put out by the board. That's my objection.
yeah, but on a different issue, overruled, it be admitted, the entire record to be placed in the record.
as a part of this hearing. Now, do you have anything else?
No, sir.
All right, your position, sir.
With regard to the exhibit number 2, which has the list of exhibits by Councilman Henry
Mm-hmm.
and Loyola University, I won't go through every page here with you if I can.
Go ahead.
With regard to, and they're numbered at the bottom of the page.
Mm-hmm.
That's what page I'm referring to. The one from Councilman Henry refers to various issues that took place outside the current license year back in the Craig's Fest. Refers to people who they mentioned there, see people stumbling home in the path of illegally and legally served with. There's no link or no nexus to Favorites Pub. Nobody there indicates that these were people who were in Favorites Pub, who were served by Favorites Pub, or had anything to do with Favorites Pub. Secondly, Loyola University's letter, which is on.
Let me answer. First of all, the commissioners give the weight they wish to give to what they read and what they see. Okay, didn't answer to
but
your.
I just want to point that out to you because
Yeah.
you have a tendency to shotgun somebody, and that's, when we know there's more places on York Road, you can blame it all on Favorites. Same thing with the Loyola University.
Where are you now?
That's on page 4 of that.
Well, page 3 is the end of his letter.
Yeah.
So where are you?
Page 4.
Which is another letter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no indication of any particular knowledge of when anything happened. It's just a blanket letter. Same thing with the next letter with regard to page 5 from the York Partnership. Next, page 7 has to do with homeowner association. My fault with that one more than anything else. It goes back to 2012. If you look on page 8, mentions somebody was vandalizing, Loyola students are vandalizing their property. See anything about Favorites Pub in there? Home and Lakes along Spring Lake, no, 300 block of Turnbridge Road. 2 white college kids, although what difference does that make? Was stopped from driving.
What page are you on now?
Page 8.
Okay, wait a minute. Go ahead.
So you see everything on that page. I don't see Favorites mentioned in there at all. Let's go to.
Well, the commissioners can give the weight
I know.
they wish to each.
But I mean, if I have to have this reviewed somewhere, I want to be able to point out what they are. Page 9, the same thing. No mention of Favorites. And I'm not going to read every one of them for you because I know it. Page 10, same thing. Page 11, same thing. Page.
Well, I'm allowing all of it in as evidence to give for the commissioners to give the weight they desire to give. What these are addresses in the vicinity of Loyola and the bar, and then we have, as you will probably point out, the fact that after the bar is closed, it stops.
And there are numerous other bars in the area besides
but
this one.
the problem stops. Everyone starts talking about how calm it is now in the neighborhood, in the evidence which has been submitted. Isn't that true?
But that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
On the thing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. But I'm
The
saying
commissioners can give the weight they desire to give to this testimony that the neighborhood has all these problems in the beginning, the bar is now closed, and the problems stop.
Yeah. That you're saying that, that's not what they're saying in this letter.
Well, it's cumulative. It's through all these things that have been presented to the, go ahead, go through all
Well,
of
then
them.
if you already made that determination, then I really
I've
don't
made
have
the
any defense.
determination in this fact that I've read the letters, that's all. I've read the petitions.
And same thing with the.
I'm supposed to read them.
Well, not until they're submitted in evidence.
Well, they were submitted as a part of the preliminary case, and I couldn't have time to submit them, to read them today while you're talking.
And the same thing with the articles from this city paper. I don't know what probative value they have in this case.
Well, I don't know either, but they submitted it, and
I objected to it, and I don't think, I asked
no,
that they be stricken.
I think it's all relevant in the sense it gives the spirit and the atmosphere of attitude of both the students, the attendees of the bar, because that's who wrote, one of the person who wrote the article actually was in the bar, and so forth.
But Judge, how can I cross-examine that person if I know it wasn't true? You have one
Well,
article here from somebody's a Loyola Don. I would like to know what kind of Loyola Don he is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would know a few of them. I mean,
Well-
don't tell me who you are.
Yeah. here we are.
Huh?
Go ahead.
So there are my objections as to all those documentation and anything that being the inclusion of what happened here in January, because it was already been determined.
Now, do you have any testimony?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please? I'll step out of here so you don't get.
Jeffrey Evans, 426 Overbrook Road, Baltimore, Maryland, 21212.
Now, you've been a licensee there for how long?
For just over 15 years.
Have you ever had a protest and renewal?
Never.
And you heard the testimony about you, I'll say something. Thank you. You've heard the testimony about meetings with the community. How many meetings did you have over the whole time you've been a licensee with the community?
There were a couple that were in reference specifically with Craig's Fest. There were two significant ones that I can recall where we met with Councilman Henry, Chris Farr, or excuse me, not Chris Farr at that point, but members of the community, and they expressed the impact that the specific impact that those daily, it was a biannual event, so 2 days a year, had on the community. And that was in 2009 and 2010, I believe. From that point forth, we were informed by the Liquor Board that if there would be a continuing community opposition to the event, that any application would be denied unless that would be rectified. To that end, we didn't see the ability to rectify a lot of the situations that were beyond our control that happened in outside neighborhoods, and as such, we never applied for it again. We ceased doing the operation. Since then, the only other communication we've had from the community prior to the hearing on January 22nd was a meeting that was called by Councilman Henry and Chris Forrest in reference specifically to the proposal to move Murphy's, which is another one of the neighborhood bars, was attempting to move 2 doors down from us. I met on 2 occasions with Mr. Forrest about that specifically. Other than that, my cell phone number is on the voicemail at the bar. If you were to call it, you call it now. My personal cell phone number, which I answer my phone 24 hours a day, is on the voicemail. I haven't gotten any other communication that I recall from the community. I hear a lot, and I don't doubt its validity. I don't doubt that it's transpired, but a lot of talk of meetings where favorites came up as a major issue, a major problem, major concern. I really wish that I had been contacted or invited to those meetings. I really wish that had never gotten to this spot, but I outside of the hearing on the 22nd, the only major communications I've had with the community, my councilman, the business community, or any of the homeowners associations has been to the 2 specific events, Craig's Fest and the bar moving next door, Murphy's.
All right, so the issue with Craig's Fest, once that was brought to your attention, you didn't have any more Craig's Fest, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the question with regard to Murphy's, there was a discussion concerning possibly having joint security, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you were there long before Murphy's came?
That's correct.
And you share the back of both of your buildings, the back areas is the same between Murphy's and yourself?
They share a common wall on the back parking lot, and the 2 parking lots abut one another. They connect.
But and how many other establishments within 2 blocks of your place are there, or 3 blocks that are liquor establishments?
There's a number of them, several of which are historically college bars where Loyola or other university students would frequent.
Now, and the alleyway that goes on the side of Murphy's is the one that the students generally go home through, is that correct?
Yes, Lord's Lane, from my understanding with all the people that live in the community behind the area of York Road, that would be the route. I think somebody mentioned it before, the safer walkway, rather than walking down York Road, would be to turn into the neighborhoods. And I understand that's, you know, a major factor of why we're here today. I do have to say that, you know, me being now the second most southern bar, historically the most southern bar, and literally two buildings down from that turn where everyone would turn into to go into the communities, right into Homan, into the alleyways to walk back to college, to the university, to their houses off campus, to their apartments, to where they park their cars. I recognize that we have been the focus of where everyone is deemed to have left. However, anyone that knows York Road knows that every place on York Road has to, by nature of the fact that we had been the southernmost bar on the road, walk past us and make that turn right there. I do truly believe that a lot of the, I guess as Mel termed, shotgun of incidents that were reported would be very hard pressed to be pointed specifically at Favorites Pub. Members of, you know, people coming from York Road specifically, the walking process, absolutely, myself, the other bars, definitely, individuals getting out of taxi cabs in the neighborhoods and doing things elsewhere, certainly, you know, I would have to think some weight would have to be given to the numbers of establishments throughout the city that they very well may and have been, I'm sure, returning from.
Let me ask you this, with regard to the times that you had said you had the meetings, other than on Craig's Fest, so you've been on the license since around the year 2000, is that correct?
That's correct.
And have you had any meetings with Loyola, anybody at Loyola from security?
Yes, specifically with around the times of Craig's Fest.
Other than Craig's Fest?
Well, we took that opportunity in meeting with Loyola College was a part of that as well. We did follow up as part of the Craig's Fest. We did meet, and there was discussions of increasing York Road safety for, you know, what would be our patrons. Obviously, their students. Though we have that, but that was in 2009, 2010.
All right, other than that, you didn't have any, I know, I mean, no calls from Loyola, anybody saying to you, look, and our students are coming home, they're coming from your place, you've been drinking, did you get any calls at all?
No.
All right. How about with the police department?
No, again, prior to the event of 2014, I believed we had a great relationship with the police department. Northern District, the officers, you know, they typically would sit in one of two places. And I guess the idea being they're on duty, they've got to be someplace. York Road is a busy corridor. There's a lot of patrons. There's a lot of students around. Literally 5 to 6 nights a week, they would sit in the Advanced Auto Parts, which is directly across the street from us. If not there would be one or up the road near the other bars. You know, the police have been on hand, both Loyola and Baltimore City, I might add, police have been on hand observing our operation both from the outside. Again, to say 5 nights a week probably wouldn't be an exaggeration. Working with our door staff, standing, looking over the shoulder, occasionally grabbing an ID and taking a look at it. Walking inside in uniform or in plain clothes, looking around, checking IDs. You know, I cannot begin to count the number of times it's happened over the years. And you know, so we've always had a police presence on York Road, which has always been welcome, but never anything from them, formal from them saying, you know, we believe you to be doing something wrong.
You recently was brought up in testimony that you had several meetings in the last 2 or 3 weeks with the community and Councilman Henry. Is that correct?
Yes, in the last week.
So, and what was the sum and substance of the meeting? What was it you were proposing?
We were proposing that that we would be able to reformat the business, completely shut it down, and renovate it, and basically reopen the place under a completely different mantle, a different business model, one 100% devoid of the college students as the emphasis, an emphasis on food, renovating the place, and attempting to reopen the place within the not only the guidelines that the community would have an influence on but accept, but the ultimate goal of opening establishment, a completely different establishment that would be an asset to the community.
Now, what kind of experience you have in the restaurant or food business?
I've been involved, well, I started as a dishwasher at 14, but in the management and ownership, I've been involved in running restaurants and bars for 15 years, 15 and a half years.
All right, now, with regard to this particular location, is this your only livelihood?
Yes, it is.
And you're still obligated on the lease, is that correct?
Yes, I still have 3 years left on the lease.
And on this thing, with regard to the time that you've been closed, has it been a hardship on you?
To say the least. Obviously, I'm not only unemployed, but also the bills need to get paid. Rents need to get paid. All the utilities, obviously, our insurance premiums, all permits, everything that would be associated with the business has been kept current.
But what assurances could you give the community that if you reopen, or be allowed to reopen as a restaurant or a food facility, that you wouldn't have the same problems that they allege that you had in the past?
Well, like I said, not only would reopening come under the complete shutdown of the current premise, complete renovation and remodeling of the business model itself, an absolute emphasis on food over any sort of volume liquor, but also the assurances that which we offered and would appreciate would be community input, community involvement, and community basically an okay. We offered that we would not reopen the doors of the establishment until the community, not only through the development process, would have an opportunity to give input, but we wouldn't reopen the doors until we had a brand in effect in place that the community would sign off on.
Is there anything else you want to add, tell the board at this point?
There's a couple specific things that had come up. To use the term again, using shotgunning. I know that right now, today, Favorites Pub is on the firing line for a host of community annoyances. I wish I could sit here and state that not a person that never left Favorites Pub that did any of the things that were mentioned here today. I cannot do that. I can say that it's certainly part of a larger problem that we have tried to address. It certainly isn't as specific as it's been made to seem, as well as to the allegations of knowingly permitting minors to drink. That has never been our business model. That has never been acceptable. The people that perhaps might be in this room or that are familiar with the place, it is a small place. It's always operated as a college bar, as a high capacity. There's no arguing that. But we were at max capacity most nights. It's a small place. We turned people away. There would be no reason to let in minors if we had a line of people that were 21. So what's happened in the past was definitely an absolute, egregious breakdown. I would like to ask that, the punishment that's implemented and the contingencies that would be held future reflect the punishment for that breakdown. I've lost my job, I've lost my business, that's gone, that's not coming back. I've lost all the investment I've made into it. What I'm looking for is an opportunity to do right by the community. And like I said, I would have no problem putting whatever the board the community and all interested parties would deem necessary in place, that basically the place would not reopen, wouldn't open to the public until the interested parties were satisfied with the business model that would be attempted.
No further questions.
Cross?
Okay, so I have a few questions. So, was it your testimony just now that people are walking from Belvedere Square or other places north and then turning on Lortz Lane into the community, into that alley?
In reference to many of the neighborhood disturbances, absolutely.
So why would they be turning right at your bar as opposed to somewhere else further up north of your bar? Why would they be turning on that alley and going in unless they were coming from your bar?
To speak to it, like I said, that would be the route they would take, whether they would be meeting up with someone that perhaps would be coming out of my place, or at this point Murphy's, whether that was just the route. I mean, any officer that's ever stood outside, which, like I said, there were countless, you can go do it probably still now. If you watch at 1 to 2 o'clock, you have a parade of people that walk down York Road, and Lortz Avenue is where they turn.
Okay.
That's the route. I've never determined it.
In what avenue?
Lortz Lane, excuse me.
So you said that prior to the events of 2014, you had a great relationship with the police department. So which events were you talking about specifically?
No, well, I said I believed that to be
Yeah.
our rapport throughout on a nightly basis. The raid at the bar in October.
In October. So what about the raid at the bar that happened in February?
That I believed, and by the history of how it was handled, I thought to be a stepping stone towards the proper way to work with the community. There was a raid at the bar. The number of students, as it turned out, were found with fake ID. The bar wasn't charged with doing anything wrong. At the time, our procedures were in place. I believe we had the scanner in effect at that point, and with that, under that circumstance, we were able to say this is exactly what happened. The officers that came in, from my understanding, saw exactly what happened and were acceptable with our procedures. We weren't fined, we weren't sanctioned. The follow-up that we dealt with Loyola University, I'm not sure of the punishment that any student might have received, because in my experience that there hadn't been any punishment. But they did ask us if we'd be willing to ban them officially, sign a letter stating they were banned, so that they could be charged with criminal trespass if they attempted to step on the property.
You mean the students who were found during the raid?
Yes.
Ban those students?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's something, like I said, I thought that was an ideal scenario of a way to handle the situation. I thought it was a appropriate deterrent.
Do you remember how many students were found to be underage at the bar in February?
I don't. I just reviewed the paperwork. It says 76. Again, it's not something where we ever provided names or numbers or anything at the time.
Okay. So you said that we've tried to address the community's concerns, and I was just wondering how specifically you've tried to address their concerns.
Well, when if we have to parse it, I would say community concerns with when we're talking about a quarter mile away from the property, walking through the neighborhoods at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've said specifically, I don't know anything in my human power that I would be able to do to stop someone from, say, urinating in a yard or committing an act of vandalism several blocks away from my property. Certainly I would believe that proportionately the majority of individuals doing this would not be coming from my property. We have one thing that did come up in the 2009-2010 talks with Loyola College. I said a follow-up to the Craig's Fest specific concern. We did have a meeting as far as York Road safety. I was asked specifically at that point if myself and if other people on York Road were willing to do so, if I'd be willing to pay for extra police officers. to help patrol, to increase
Mhm.
patrols. At that point, I said absolutely.
Mhm.
When it came up later on, and I talked with some of the other officers later on, they said they're not going to do it. They're not going to team up with any bars on York Road.
Okay, so I guess my question was, what have you tried to do to address it? And then your answer was you didn't pay for police and you can't stop someone from being a quarter mile away?
Well, again, I'm attempting to split, I guess, the concerns here.
Mhm.
When it comes to that, if I proffered it then, and I'll do so now, if someone has a way that I would be able to physically see the future and see that this individual that may or may not have left my place is going to go X blocks away and do something,
Mhm.
I would happily stop that individual. I don't know of what I could do. Specifically, when it came to the meeting with Murphy's moving next door, the issue came up that this is a turning point right here on Lord's Lane. It's a concern. We have asked them to sign an agreement with the community with a number of specific points. I was asked if I would participate with that concerning security.
Mhm.
I know, again, while this was an agreement that was asked by him, I was asked if I would, part of his agreement was to work with me as far as for security.
Mhm.
His requirement was that for security, be outside at all times, that both businesses were open. I stated that I would have no problem with this, as we had a minimum of 2 doormen outside at any given time anyhow, and usually 3. I know specifically there was asked that they have someone outside on Lord's Lane, and it has subsequently, I guess, been implied or come to my attention that that was not always followed. That was by our agreement and by my coordination with Mr. Weiner, that was to be handled by him.
Mhm.
Again, there are 2 buildings between me and Lord's Lane, so whereas his agreement said we had to have someone out front and someone on the side,
Mhm.
I said I would have a minimum of 2 out front.
Mhm.
He would have a minimum of 1 out front and a minimum of 1 on the side.
Okay.
So from my understanding, I believe that he was upending his end of the bargain, but certainly myself was upend and going beyond
Mhm.
what I agreed happily to help with him on that.
Okay, so when your license was suspended in January and you heard all the community concerns here at the liquor board, why did you wait to contact the community until last week about any plans to change the business or improve?
Well, I did so as soon as I was served notice that there would be a protest of renewal.
Mhm. So again, why did you not contact the community in January or February when you heard all the serious complaints that the community had? Why did you wait until you were served with a protest of renewal? Was it because you weren't planning on changing anything about your business until you were served with protest of renewal?
No, not at all. In fact, I'd already had discussions prior that we wouldn't be reopening, even before this went down, that we would not be reopening Favorites Pub as it was.
Okay, so why didn't you contact the community about those plans?
Because at that point, not only were the specific plans not laid, but with the liquor license in question, it was impossible to move forward. Another issue which to bring up, was one of alleged renovations going on at the bar. It alleges that I'm blatant disregard for the law and doing things without a permit. We've done nothing at the bar.
Okay.
We have done absolutely nothing at the bar, and I barely through loans from family and paying the current insurance and the water bill and the electric bills to keep everything current and keep the building active, with the hopes that we can reestablish the liquor license and completely renovate and rebrand the entire establishment.
Okay. So you talked about you didn't have specifics, which is why you didn't come to the community, but do you have any specifics now?
Haven't we been over that?
Haven't
we been over that issue?
If you're tired of hearing about it, I can.
Well, I mean, we've been
can stop.
over it.
Yeah. Okay.
Twice.
Okay. Those are all the questions that I had. Thank you.
Just don't redirect,
Mhm.
And there, you already
And
asked
in the
for-
mic. In the mic.
You want to hear every
Every word, dulcet tones. When you were asked a question about how you were gonna prevent people a quarter mile away or whatever it is, was part of that the reason why you would change your model so you wouldn't have those type of people coming?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, which the concern is drunken college students coming home. You're right, as an established and operating bar, there's not much we can do, but as completely changing and rebranding the property and establishment, that element won't even be an aspect of the clientele. I do believe that would have an impact as much as possible as any thing could on the neighboring community, whether it be the house behind or a house a mile away. They wouldn't be exiting the bar. It wouldn't be the case.
How many further questions?
Any other witnesses?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Stephen William Brennan, 1 Glenbrook Drive, Phoenix, Maryland.
And what is your relationship to the property here?
I own York Corporation, which owns the property and the building,
And how long have you owned the property?
since 1992.
All right, and during that time, there have been various different operations in there, is that correct?
There have been 3.
Okay, when you first took it over, what was the type of operation was there?
It had closed, and it was a restaurant and tavern.
What was the name of it when it closed, if you remember?
It had moved from the Irish Derby, and I believe the other short-term operation of about 6 months was called Crustaceans.
And then after that, you,
It was purchased, and it was opened as Craig's.
and then it's been in Craig's or Favorites
Since
ostensibly
that
the whole
time. Correct.
All right, and during that time, you've been the landlord the entire time?
Yes.
And during that time, have you ever been notified by the police or Loyola or anybody from the community about any potential problems that were there?
I've never received any communication or request or inquiry or demand from the liquor board, from the police, from Loyola University, from community associations, from the city council members. No one.
Until recently, you sat in a couple of the meetings we had those 2
Yeah,
weeks.
up until the time of the suspension that was served on January 22nd.
And then with regard to the discussions of the future of the building and the operation, is that something you discussed with Mr. Evans about, possible renovating and changing the mode of operation and so forth?
Yes.
And what were generally your discussions? I know you had contacted some individuals who were restaurateurs, so to speak.
Well, I think that it's obvious to everyone here that it is not an operation that can continue and shouldn't continue as is. I had not been aware of the specific problems and would have been able to address this from the landlord's perspective much earlier on in this whole course of events. But at this point, all of that is water under the bridge. So what we're looking at is this should be a food operation, as it was many decades ago, and reflect the values of the community and the tastes and comforts of the community. And it will, and it is something that can be done.
All right, and you have a sort of a vested interest in this because you still have the lease in effect, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're also as a secure party?
Yes.
All right, and along with that, you've had numerous discussions with Mr. Evans concerning, how to change this particular operation, is that correct?
That's right. Since the date of prior to the suspension, we've talked continuously. Obviously, this suspension was a cause of default under the lease, and as that is to be resolved within this hearing.
All right, and along with that, you have also, as you did at the community meetings, you broached a couple ideas about a different kind of food operation that may be appropriate here, is that correct?
Yes.
And then some people you had reached out to, is that correct?
Yes, it was late in the process. I had to make sure that Jeff Evans was in agreement with the general parameters of the way we would move forward. Our position is that it should be renewed, the license should be renewed, but the license shouldn't be activated, and that it should remain in active status until such time that the property can adhere to the desires of the community and the board, both operationally and as well as the scope and scale of the business itself, that being much more of a family-oriented food operation.
Was the goal somewhere when you talked about eventually for Mr. Evans to sort of coming out of the business?
Yes,
little by little?
yes, and that's a difficult situation for Jeff. It's a demand of our position that he enter into any of these agreements and exit quickly. We're talking about after the business reopens and these operating partners can come in. Mr. Evans would remove himself from the operation completely, and the license, obviously.
I'm not sure.
I guess I just have one question, which is, after the January 22nd hearing, why did you and Mr. Evans wait until the week before this hearing to propose changes?
Well, you have to remember, I'm not the owner of the business. As the landlord, my involvement with Mr. Evans is that this was his first default, and that the cause of default was a violation of liquor license law. That's a direct violation of the lease. He is in default right now and potentially would be terminated. The lease would be terminated. That discussion took some period of time, but then we were fortunate enough to communicate with Councilman Henry's office, and we requested, even though it was very late, if we could possibly meet with them and at least discuss the issues and to reassure them that that was my intent and Jeff's capacity to only reopen the business when it met the needs and satisfaction of the neighborhood associations.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Just one, because you're no stranger to restaurant operations in some of your properties, is that correct?
I'm not. I've had, although I have other types of real estate tenancies, medical and so forth, I have a number of restaurants, and we're actually pretty good at turnarounds. Turnarounds being moving it from an operation that is illogically placed and counterproductive to its own ends and an insult to the neighborhood, and get something that actually works.
Questions of commissioners to anybody?
I'd like to just pick up on your...
Is this for me?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Brennan, for you. You mentioned that you've got some experience with turnarounds, and I guess my question is, if that's your experience and an area of expertise, why hasn't that happened sooner?
Well, I think it goes to the point of not being informed of the violation, the level of violations. There is, obviously, with commercial lease, there is the pledge of open and easy access for the tenant to operate without interfered with by the landlord. However, I'm really in the same position as the landlord, as the community was. Their 15 years activity involved in frustration with the board, your predecessors.
Except that for the 15 years, I'm not making anybody's arguments, but for 15 years, you were able to quietly enjoy receiving the rents without receiving the
Well, our
complaints.
relationship to the property is totally different.
Exactly, exactly. And you do understand it was the responsibility, it's not the responsibility of this board to call you as a property owner and inform you of the problems, because you're not on the license, are you? You're not on the license, are you?
I am not.
Okay. And I have some questions for Mr.
Follow up with
Oh,
your
sure.
questions. When
Wait
you-
a minute, whoa, this is commissioner's time.
No,
Oh.
I was,
Nope.
if you're done with,
No, sir. Go ahead, any other questions?
For Mr. Evans, I wanted to ask you, you said that you felt like you didn't have any responsibility for what happened with patrons that left your bar and then had issues blocks away, and you couldn't figure out what else you could do to stop those behaviors. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, no, not that I didn't have responsibility,
Oh, okay.
but I didn't, in the discussions that we had, to diminish it. outside of hiring more police, I don't know what myself personally would be able to do when we're talking about a quarter of a mile away.
Okay.
You know, a distance away from
Right,
the bar.
so-
Obviously, on the adjacents and things like that is where, you know, we're talking about our front security would be able to address it.
Yeah, all right, so the thought that occurred to me is, we keep talking about this character, drunken college students, as though that's something that someone is born into. And that's not a demographic that is recognized by the census. Drunken college students become drunken college students because they're drinking alcohol. And they become drunken college students who are causing problems in the neighborhoods, typically because they're overserved. So my question is, when you thought about your business model, did it ever come into your thinking that you could solve the problems by solving the problem of overserving underaged college students? Was that a consideration?
Absolutely, and I'm actually glad you asked that because it's something I didn't have the opportunity or forgot to bring up in the questions. Again, it seems to be also one of those facts, like when hey, you're doing these renovations and you're just, you know, spitting in the face of the law when in fact nothing was taking place. Just the assumption that it's been accepted as fact that we A, overserve and B, knowing the minors.
So here, I think we have to bring in. Okay, I apologize.
I was going to say, you know, there's two specific instances I can name, and I've seen it 1,000 times. People arrive at the bar intoxicated, and we turn them away regularly. Well, this is on a very regular basis. Somebody walks up, if they're visually intoxicated, we don't let them in. Why? We're not going to be able to serve them, and they're not going to do anything but either cause a problem, hurt themselves, or cause a problem for someone else. So we routinely deny entry to anybody that's visually intoxicated, as well as a very common problem would be the individual that drinks, you know, four of them sit around and drink a bottle of vodka or something in their dorm or in their apartment or something like that, and then come out to the bar. And when we walk up to the door, hi, how you doing? How's everything going? They're perfectly communicative, and we have no idea. And then they sit down, and 10 minutes later or an hour later, we've served them one drink, and they're loopy. And that's when we escort them out. But that's a common problem, and that's a problem that I know myself deal with, specifically with the demographic. But it's a concern and a problem of every liquor license establishment.
So there were two things that were striking that occurred back in January 2015, and it sort of addresses the how do we know it was Craig's as the site where the over-consuming occurred. And there were people that testified that they actually saw people going into Craig's or leaving Craig's and then walking through the neighborhoods. And so they were making, those connections were made back in January, and that transcript will be part of the record. And it was just overwhelming, that testimony. But the other thing that happened after the hearing, and I'm sure you're aware of it, there was a Loyola student who was live tweeting during the hearing, and then afterwards, just the volume of Loyola students who basically were laughing at, like, I mean, it was just an open secret that Craig's was where you went as a Loyola student, underage, to drink. It was overwhelming. And I've never seen anything like that. Just the volume of people on Twitter, on Facebook, who were just basically confessing, oh yeah, that's where we go to get drinks underage. It was just a huge volume. And I'm just wondering if you saw any of that, and how do you respond to it? Because all these people are like doing true confessions.
Well, I mean,
I'm a Craig's favorite young drunk. I mean, it's just incredible.
Did I save it? I can honestly say.
No, not after you saved it.
Well,
did
no,
you see
did I
it?
see it?
Yeah.
I can honestly say I did not.
Okay.
That day was an absolutely horrible day for me.
But it
I didn't
happened
turn on a
days
TV.
after.
I didn't watch news. I didn't discuss it.
My father asked me about it. He lives in.
Well, I've got
Sure.
hundreds of requests
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
And a lot of interested parties that were on the opposite end, because that's when they came with me.
So I guess
Now-
my question is, how do we, so all of that is out there. That's all this evidence, all these data points, all these facts. The evidence just seemed to be just most overwhelming. And how are we as commissioners to disregard all of that? I mean, I don't see how we do.
How do you disregard? Well, I mean, I can talk about the specifics of that night. I mean, clearly, there was an absolute breakdown. A large number of people got in with fake IDs that all passed the muster that we established. Now, it is not a secret that we have constantly fought the battle with the fake IDs. Someone finds the fake that scans and it works, and then everyone gets it. And we have constant runs of things like that until we figure out what was the fake. But is it a common knowledge that people tried to get in? Yes. And did we have people go, oh, by the way, today's my 21st birthday. I've been using this ID for a year. Ha, ha, ha. You know, that happened.
There was just a high success rate of getting past.
But
But I guess
when
the
it
other
does- we-
question is, I think what I'm hearing you asking now is that we sort of take all of that stuff with the underage drinking and the over-serving, and sort of put it in a pot and set it over here, and disregard that today, but then look over here at what your plans are for the future, and let that be the basis for our decision as to whether to renew this license. Is that essentially where we are?
I wouldn't say
look here,
essentially. I would say you can look
here.
here and say, you know, you choose to believe every aspect of it, and this is completely unacceptable. Shut that down. That Favorites Pub, Craig's as everyone calls it, will never exist again. What we have over here is an opportunity to establish a different operation, completely different business model, 180 degrees of anything that's ever existed there in the last 19 years, and not let it open without the board, the community, the schools, the homeowner associations, their input on its development, and it's okay on its model before it opens the doors. I mean, that's all I'm asking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's kind of like along your line, but you say you want to go in a new direction.
Yes, sir.
All right. One of your young workers was caught drinking by you or one of your staff person.
Yes.
You fired the young man,
Yes, sir.
but you stopped there. You stopped. You didn't do anything else. I'm thinking, if I find that I have an 18-year-old working on staff of whatever age he was, and he's drinking, why didn't that prompt you to examine your customer base? Just look out and just look around and just take a look at what you have. You got me feeling that you think that the police department or the community should have the duty and the responsibility to monitor your customer base and tell you what needs to be done. I think it should be the other way. You get all the income, you get all the profit, you get everything from the establishment. I think it should be your job to examine your business every so often and assess where you are. Who's going to examine this new direction that you're going in? Who's going to be the person to tell you that it may go fine, but who's going to be the person to tell you that, look, this is not the right way for me. It's not doing what I thought it would do. Are you going to wait again for someone else to tell you that you're having problems?
Absolutely not. I mean, I can't say for a second that there won't be at whatever establishment, hopefully, would end up there wouldn't be an absolute high level of scrutiny by any and all interested parties. I mean, anyone that gets involved is going to be fully aware of that. And that's not to say that that is your or any of these other interested parties' responsibility, but it's, we know it would be the case, and certainly the history of what has transpired on the 22nd and what transpires today would be an absolute eye-opener and a warning and a deterrent and a a safeguard, I would think, for your end of any future operator doing anything, even on a gray area.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, 1 minute for final argument. I'm going to time you, Michelle. Go ahead.
All right, so
The communities on both sides, the west and east sides of York Road, are devoting an incredible amount of time and effort into improving the commercial corridor, which we know needs some work. But they need responsible business owners to partner with them, and Mr. Evans has not shown himself to be a responsible business owner. He's been given many chances by the community to improve his business. After the board suspended his license in January, he could have contacted any of the community members or community organizations or representatives present to present a real plan for a responsible business that showed some respect for the community and included details and was written down on paper rather than some vague ideas of changing the name and serving food. He chose not to contact anyone until less than a week before this hearing, and we met less than 48 hours ago to talk about his plan. He had no details to provide. It would be a financial loss to Mr. Evans to deny the renewal, but renewing the license would create a financial loss to the community.
Time up.
Thank you.
1 minute.
You have 7 seconds, but.
There was all these innuendos. There was a hearing back in January. In January, he was fined. He took his punishment, and to revisit that would be disingenuous. He's never been before the board in the 15 years he's been in there. You don't see arrest in the place, you don't see anything. What happened was very horrendous. He paid the price for it, and I think that he deserves a chance at least to go forward. A closed down business, a closed down place is no place for a business or for a neighborhood in a place. And I think that if, the board would see to it that this is not a place that had chronic protest or renewal, which it doesn't have. And this is not a community that's not savvy to that. So it's the first protest and renewal he ever had. He never did anything because he never appealed it and didn't realize at the end of March they were going to file protest and renewal.
Thank you, sir. All right, time for a decision, my decision. First of all, what is the issue of law in this case? The issue is whether or not the license should be renewed. It has nothing to do with punishment or conditions or anything else. So the board has that issue before it. All this evidence about what might happen or what they could do with a new license and the new problems and a new renovation and so forth really has nothing to do with what's before the issue before the board. We have to decide on the clear issue as to whether or not this board decides this license should be renewed or not renewed. Now, with respect to the evidence, first of all, the Twitter and all the various comments from unidentified people, I'm not going to use as a basis of my decision. I believe that this license should not be removed. And the basis of my decision is, first of all the evidence that's been presented to this board in the previous hearing, which has been moved into evidence as to all of the problems of the miners and so forth, all of which are included, and I believe and use as the basis, plus the actual evidence presented by you, ma'am, with respect to the letters of community organizations that have specifically given reasons why they have, through their communities and through the people in their communities, opposed the renewal of this license. I adopt that as I believe it. And I believe also, with respect to the evidence, that times have quieted since this place has been closed. I use that as a part of my decision and believe it. I believe that the reason the community is quieter is because this bar is closed. That's what they say, and that's what I believe, and I use it as a basis of my decision. So that, plus all of the other evidence that's been presented, except for the evidence which I've told you I'm not regarding, as the Twitter, online, and all that other stuff, which may or may not be true, I'm not regarding it as not a basis of my decision, and therefore that is my decision that this bar should be closed. Next.
When income has more weight than the health of the students and the community, then I have a problem with that person. It seems like it's a business concept that's not going to last long, and I have a problem with that. And based on what I have heard, the last hearing, and the folks here today, I concur with the judge. I think this license shouldn't be renewed.
And to make it unanimous, and it is a unanimous decision, I concur with my fellow commissioners. And I think the evidence that I found extremely compelling was, I think it was Mrs. Banks, who says she's trained herself to not go to sleep before 3 a.m. because to do so would mean to be awakened by the return of the students who were inebriated. And I just think that that's such a sad, sad statement. It's such a sad, sad way to live. And also the testimony of observing inebriated students spilling out of the pub restaurant onto York Road and not even being able to stand up straight, and just the real concern that they would hurt themselves. And that is what I think really compelled Loyola University to get involved. They stand in loco parentis to these students, and they are responsible for the health and well-being of their students, and they need to do everything they can to make sure that they don't have to make a call ever to say that your child is not coming home. And it's just for the college to care more about the students than the person who's serving them alcohol is sad. And I think that's where we are. The evidence that was presented today in this room, the evidence that was presented back in January is indeed overwhelming, that this bar is a detriment to the community, that this license has been used in the worst possible way, and certainly outside the laws of the state of Maryland and the city of Baltimore. And so for those reasons, I do join in not renewing the license.
All right, folks, that's our unanimous decision, and we'll stand adjourned.